Yeah, probably not on stream.
No, not a stream.
Collect call from penitentiary.
I'm just gonna say that he missed my call. I will catch him up there. It's because something happened. Yeah, 'cause I told him to not call me on the weekends and that kind of a thing, and friends. I think he's. Alright, I need him to also not lean on me like that. Okay. Trying to find Avery's outfit that I got him. Alright, so last week we had the entire thing of prepping for the elves people because there was nobody here. So Joe's not doing battle because he also had a seizure, and it was like the whole thing, and we're like, he's prepping for the battle sequence. And there's a lot of delegates, and there's things to go through, and Halcyon's family is here, and it's uncomfy, and we're all uncomfy. So y'all are welcome to the uncomfy, because we're all uncomfy.
And I finally have notes to work with, which I'm lucky are getting blocked out mostly by the lights. Bought a new, very thick notebook from work for about 83 cents because they had employee discount me doing work.
Can someone remind me after I'm done getting him his outfit that I need to get my dice because they're up there, because I'll forget, and then I'll have to roll for something and I'll forget, because just remind me that I need to get up there and get them. So we got ready. We found out that also that Violet's family was her father was basically forced by Gaysir to steal all of the items that caused her entire family to be dwindled down to nothing. Yeah, that was a rough day. So her father stole, first of all, oh, and Xandon said that he's like, I'm gonna wear armor. The other dragon guy was like super nice, and then came in and like was like, would you like some armor to wear? And Angel's also like, would you like some armor to wear? So she summoned a bronze dragon to talk about wearing the honorary shed of one of the other dragons. So yeah, so there's like, he's wearing an entire set of bronze armor. It's very, very, very awesome. And so, what else is going on?
Discord being a right twat and displaying whatever you are playing and when. That's functioning as intended. That's a social, like, here's what I'm up to type of thing. That's a feature, not a bug. I actually like that.
Booty, okay.
All right. So either way, solid recap. Ember will be around whenever Ember is around soon enough.
Oh, I forgot to tell you what items they were. Okay, so first of all, there was a vampire's like coffin with actual dirt in it, and they had to be all war items. So there was war over this one item. That's why the vampires bit her aunt. Okay, that's why the evil vampire, the great ancient vampire, bit her aunt.
Here
and
she
then the
is.
Other one. Hi, Annie. I distracted everybody till you got here. Okay, not done yet. Okay. But okay. So then there was this
Take a breath.
quill that would belong to a demon.
Breathe.
And the demon
Deep
is the one
breath,
that attacked.
Megan. You don't have to say it all in one breath. Deep breath. A slower drip of information on it in a stable fashion will allow people to absorb it.
And then there was this demon pen quill thing that her dad stole, which was also part of a war, which also was probably part of the Blood War. But anyways, it held all the contracts, and it was given to Gaysir to go into the armory. Okay? And then the last part was all of the ships inside of the city. This is why the whole town hates their family.
Not ships, plural. Ship.
You said there were ships. Each one of them was a ship.
Each building was made from a piece of the original ship that the first of the town's inhabitants came on.
So you messed that up. It's written down in my notes, so I'm gonna go fix that in a minute, okay? Give me a
Hi.
minute, because I asked...
He just Bought a wild magic surge. Make Piff do it.
Alright.
Wild magic surge on Piff, or here's the thing: you got to name a target, my guy.
Make Piff do it is what he said. Also, join us. Join us.
Oh my god, Angel having to have a piff surge in the middle of this entire craziness would be horrible. But it would be a very piff moment.
Ordered.
So
Back on topic. Yes.
alright, so each of them is a piece of the ship, and it's made into this shield, and it was given to Gaysir. And the original ship was a giant warship. So that's why the whole city hates them.
To clarify, it was a giant warship that was decommissioned and repurposed as a trading vessel, given its size and cargo space.
I clicked turn on the damn camera computer. I clicked that button twice. Hello.
I'm excited. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Oh, I
That's
also
like a
remembered I
telepathy.
need to get my dice. I also
Which,
need
of
to eat my food.
course, the big concern, and at least insofar as why Gaysir was poignant about getting it, particularly getting the pieces that would assemble the door from the captain's quarters, largely into a shield, was that for warships in particular, especially when it comes to concerning rules about undead and spirits and just general emotions, sometimes emotions with intensity, particularly that which has death attached to it, it will absorb those emotions like a sponge.
Well,
Ethan said, I wanted to cause chaos so y'all know I'm alive. Have fun. Sorry to mess with the flow. I'm a busy boy, so I gotta go do busy.
It's all good, man. We're on the recap. The chaos surge will happen once our actual RP starts. You're good.
My god, Eve, we need you back! Find time! We
And
need
so,
you!
on the subject of make Piff do it, if this means Piff has to deal with a wild magic surge. Right now, they're not around Piff, but
Yes, they are. They're in a city that involves Piff. You used to worship Piff, so technically Piff can be here. I have to remind
part of the
you.
wild magic surge could be a teleportation straight to us.
true, very true.
Yeah.
We'll get to that.
Okay, hold on. Let me go. Can I get my
Next
points for my recap?
Bye, Bye, Eve.
Bye, Eve. Please come back soon.
Just next time y'all see Piff. Okay,
Me
I'll make a
too.
note of that for whenever he's narratively slated to show up. Once he does, that doesn't mean
Please,
he's
Eve,
gonna.
we want you back.
That means I'm not gonna shoehorn him into this environment. It will be when he's naturally written to show up, even possibly with all of you having forgotten it. We'll just.
Eve. Where'd Eve's face go?
Hi. Eve isn't here.
Trying to find Eve's face on the Discord.
There we go. I've got that written down for later. He's at the very bottom of the player list. Listed as Ramsey, and right now he's got a... I know that actor, I don't remember his name, his icon, but either way.
Hello?
Given that
Hello.
recap, I will allow the inspiration die.
Sorry, I got excited.
It's all
Fire
good.
roll today.
It's okay.
Is there a more TLDR recap?
Too long didn't read.
Violet found out some crazy and possibly conflicting information about her
Her
father,
dad.
but all this while preparing for delegates to show up, as they have
Okay.
shown up, and that was the means of the sort of cliffhanger leading into this session.
Ah.
Yeah, and the delegates didn't like Violet or anybody too much. They're kind of
No, they were fine with us.
The delegates in general
Oh, it
were
was
fine with you.
Nicodemus.
No, it was just Harkins. Heart.
I know, but the
Halcyon is
insults of
found.
Nicodemus.
Whom is amongst
Oh,
the delegation.
outfit. Outfit.
What was that God of Storm?
How is that just infinitely untangling? I don't. It must be the camera angle that's confusing me. But you put it down and you bring it back up and it's retangled again.
Because I'm like.
Means there's elastic tension in that particular.
Okay.
Joe.
Yes.
That's Storm God person. What was his name?
Case here.
Merphis, specifically.
Oh, Merphis. Yes, Merphis.
Yeah,
the
first
short.
time you guys ever encountered Merphis, the
Mad.
god of solitude and god of the tempest, sober.
I got a question.
Nuh-uh. Angels met him sober.
Where's Straight Seer?
Gay seer, straight seer. Oh my god. Seriously, dude?
Nobody ever
Or
talks about
Byseer.
Byseer.
Here we go.
That's horrible! What have you done?
We are on the same channel, same wavelength.
I will not stand for this Byseer erasure. No, I'm kidding.
What about Aesir? What about Aesir?
He's not.
They are, they've been long since left behind in Norse mythology. But,
Okay, are we ready to start?
Yeah.
well, one more thing. The roleplay
okay.
questions.
Right.
Because while you got the inspiration die for the recap, those who were not here still deserve a chance to get one. So, let's see here. Also a chance for you to get a second one, to be fair.
I forgot. I've left on a cliffhanger of my own also.
Yeah, you got your girlfriend back, and I got her an outfit that goes with your outfit. Y'all
Yep.
gonna look cute.
Which, as a note for also those not present on Sunday when the last session happened, the delegation and everything that is being laid out has been laid out specifically as a white tie event, which means really formal wear.
Dresses and really super formal wear.
At least
I
white
think
tie
we're
was
waiting
the
until
recommendation.
Vanestra, it's looking like it will not. Correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, but you told me that it's looking like the Dragon Turtle is not going to be this week, and I'm going to be gone next week, so it's looking like the Dragon Turtle is going to be a week after.
Specifically, it's not going to be this week because you're going to be gone next week, given that I imagine, given how much we've built up this fight, it may take more than one session, depending, and given what's already invested in the delegation being here and how much time that's going to take up, realistically, probably not going to be
The
able to
two
get
episodes.
both happening in the same session. So, I have it slated to happen after you're back. Just
But
to
he's also
keep,
planning on having the thing up.
yeah, I have it slated to happen after you're back, just to make sure that everybody has a chance to be involved.
You're chroma keyed a little bit.
A little bit, just a little bit. And this is less the chroma keying specifically as much as it is NVIDIA's background removal grabbing my shirt. But, not much I can do to help with that right now, given the quality of the camera, as that's mostly what's causing the choppiness here. But either way, not going to focus on that too much. This is a fun and simple question. Actually, pretty straightforward. So, we're going to start with Angel, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Angel. What is Angel's favorite food?
Moon cookies.
Cookies? Moon cookies?
Moon cookies.
Okay.
They have been since she was a little girl. But
Fair
if we're
enough.
gonna talk about it, just you didn't specify which type of food. So
Didn't
go
specify
with
which
that.
type of food, so just if you had one choice of food left in the whole world, what's your favorite food? That's kind of the stipulation there.
Manna. Because it would turn into whatever she wanted to eat.
This is less on the like survival strategy of it, and more just like
I
We'll
just
go with
gave you
moon
my
cookies.
answer because it'll turn into whatever she wants it to turn into.
Jerusa's trying to ask questions, and I think he's got the wrong idea about one of the campaigns.
Which one? What do you say?
He's asking which campaign we're on. He says he gets the names mixed up. Is this the fucker one or the PG one? And I'm thinking, what PG one?
Neither
There's
are really
no PG one.
So Forgotten Genesis is the one I run. This is the one we're doing today. And the one that he's usually a part of is the one that Megan ran yesterday.
I'm letting you know the rated R one, the one that you're part of technically, and your character is still part of. I still need 3 rolls from you. They're D100. Like I still
He's
need
not
3
in
D100.
Twitch chat. He's in general chat in Discord.
Oh, I
Okay,
need
so if
3
anyone wants to clarify that for him, but either way.
I need 3 D100s.
Also, what is Violet's favorite food?
Oh. Violets?
Yeah.
No.
Violet doesn't have one.
You sure?
She's a dog. She'll eat anything she's given.
Nothing that brings up those soft childhood memories of like, God, I could live off of that.
No. Violet doesn't have those. She has very few happy childhood memories.
That's honestly
Hold
kind of
on.
a sad insight into the character. Either way. Moving on to Avery. What is Avery's favorite food?
I don't know what's viable. I feel like he would love like pot pies, but I don't know if that's a thing.
As a fantasy food, that's absolutely a thing. You can go back centuries for that kind of shit.
Yeah, he'd love that kind of thing.
That's a meat stew with a savory
Kind of,
pastry baked over the top of it. That's the most
Yeah, he
basic
loves
fucking...
savory foods.
Yeah, that one's not hard to do.
Also, yeah.
So solid, yeah, absolutely solid. And honestly, frankly, in terms of character context, that would even in the fantasy eras, be a fairly affordable thing to throw together because it's like, what kind of scraps do we have left? Even like a dried meat would be sort of softened with the gravy during that baking process. So yeah, very much kind of a like solid and hearty peasant's meal, and it can be a really decent nobleman's meal as well, just with a higher set quality of ingredients. But either way. Yeah, pot pie squarely fits into meat pies, which are a very common, easy snack, easy travel food, easy meal on a hard circumstance. All right. Solid. On to Piper. What is Piper's favorite food?
I have no idea.
Okay, I will also reiterate the context of this is a post-cataclysm Earth. So any foods that we have that exist today, probably at least in some form, exist here.
Okay.
Minus the Twinkie, of course.
I'm also letting you know that ham hocks are one of Amber's favorite foods.
As immortal as they are, sponge pastries that are cream-filled still exist, but the Twinkie, the Twinkiest of Twinkie forms, no longer exists.
She likes
Something else. Not what I was talking about. That would be Piper's. This is about Piper, not me.
I would say that the coffee flavored chocolate would like chocolate clear coffee beans would probably be like her second favorite thing that she discovered. It makes sense.
Eat up straight coffee beans, she would.
I mean, she tried, but then that like finding out that there was such thing as chocolate covered coffee beans during her pregnancy were probably like.
Chocolate-covered coffee beans, a dangerous favorite food for a druid, but all the same, acceptable. Now,
have you seen my court?
It's all coffee.
Oh, I know.
Everything is in coffee.
Coffee hybrids.
We might have to move back to Saturdays if Desiree so any can do that.
Moving on to Xanon. What would Xanon's favorite food be?
Probably fish nuggets with tartar sauce.
Fish nuggets and solid. You know, I'm not even mad at that. It's quick. It's easy to make. It very much speaks to the to a coastal origin in terms of easy access to it. Solid. And Shadow of Chaos coming in to chat squarely with a Tony Stark roast. Do you know you weareth your mother's drapes?
Do you know what you weareth your mother's drapes?
Doth-
Dost thou know
I
you
think
weareth
he
your
said,
mother's
"Doth
drapes?
thou know?"
Doth know, though, thou wearest your mother's drapes.
Look, I'm not perfect, okay? Alright. Finally, Venestra. What is Venestra's favorite food? Various spiced meats.
Solid.
Solid. Absolutely solid. Alright, with that, everybody, or at least every character, of course, gets an inspiration die for that roleplay question. So, roleplay question and recap out of the way. As well as, again, sort of the white tie affair that's going on, and most everybody having figured out either the formal wear or the, at least, circumstance in which they're going to wear what they always do. We come back.
Sounds like Megan already did the work for me on
Do
that.
the work. I did do the work for him. Hold on.
As long as it's something that, frankly, you'd be okay with Avery wearing. Given what you
I'm trying to cover his scars too, so they don't insult him. Don't
Fair.
want them insulting him.
Again, this could easily come out of the enchanted wardrobe that you and Venestra worked on putting together. But
Oh, it's fine. If someone tried to start shit with me, I'd just use eye bite and scare them off.
that's fair. But all the same. Coming now, I believe, strongly into, again, the evening of the... As I gotta grab the calendar. There it is.
I'm gonna share it to the chat.
Oh yeah, there was a Aurora Borealis.
The evening of the 25th of Valoran.
I got this in a deep purple. That's what I decided on, but I don't know if you like it or not. You can tell me if you like it.
I did not embed. I will open it up.
Oh,
that's
shit.
With the
Great.
Aurora in vibrant and
Ooh.
intensive full swing.
Birdie.
Yes,
There are a
yes, in
number
deep
of
purple.
delegations venturing into the entry foyer of the Evergreen Manor, including Telvos, an elderly dark elf,
The
and
guy that was the oh, that's the last thing I forgot. Hold on. The dragon guy that we got all the dragon stuff from, he
Yes.
came to the party. He's like one of
Yes.
those big
Dragon.
delegates.
he is
Yeah.
here amongst his family and an outfit of what seems like a number of other older veterans, whom seemingly have, at least for some of them, elven ancestry, and some of them seem human, though wreathed in monastic attire or druidic, a means of extending their lives on a natural basis. Alongside, in his company, though all of them do seem to wear similar regalia, indicative of some older faction, one person whom, based on the relatively decayed state of her being, very clearly having achieved some variant of lichdom. But if any previous indications or encounters with liches have taught this group anything, lichdom is sometimes more so an indication of occupation than moral reflection.
Yeah.
Of course, it also depends on the means by which that lichdom was achieved.
So are we having dinner first or are we having meeting first?
Well, given that a certain Goliath has been incredibly hard at work putting together a meal for these varied peoples, it's likely that a meal will happen first. But it is Telvas and his company. It is a small collection of mostly Venleal, Halcyon's cousin, which he pointed out, and a number of other people that don't seem strictly related to Halcyon that have accompanied Venleal, mostly in armor. A small gathering of Star Elves, which did not specifically advertise that they were coming to this meeting. They were scheduled to be coming to a meeting probably months out from now, so their appearance here decidedly unexpected. Also, an outcropping of sun elves with that sort of deep, dark and beaten, sun-tanned exterior. You know, from, of course, the country of Sunsmith, and an outfitting of what appear to be, based on the light green twinge of their skin, an outfitting of most likely Sizathi wood elves.
Would I know who the delegates are who are suitors? Because that'd be me. I'd have to almost be a piece of meat for the whole evening.
Roll me a general history check.
Okay. Because this would be me having to practice
Also,
all their
anybody
names.
else who may have any relative familiarity with, you know, even just common rumor of worldly politics, you may roll a history check as well. Though for those of you that are not strictly political players, your DC will be a bit higher.
Was Piper technically a political character?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
your reach is mostly in the Feywild, but at least you may have a higher chance of at least possibly knowing who the Sizathi elves are.
I doubt it. That was an 11.
11. You're not familiar with these folk.
26.
What the fuck
dear.
are they?
26.
26,
26.
great. Amira with a natural 20 for history. Okay.
That's one of her givens.
Yeah. I'd say, this is, yeah, probably due to the Dark Wanderer thing. So, Amir would know that through magical means, probably looking into sort of a Akashic record in a sense, but either way. Lore Keeper, excuse me. Okay, well, yeah. Still magical means, and we'll get into the descriptions there. First of all, Amira, upon seeing everybody enter the room, there is almost a sort of astral download of knowledge, almost like you've got a sort of computer recognition software, just kind of getting a general beat of a lot of these people in the room. And with the 26, with the DC being 25 for Angel here, you would know the names of actually most of these people, or at least most of the figureheads specifically, the sort of leaders among these groups. And whether it's a point of relief or concern, there are no suitors, not one, amongst all of these detachments. Each and every figure here is here distinctly wanting something else. It may be, for a couple of them, relative or adjacent to suitorism, but they're not strictly here to flirt. There is Tovas, of course, whom you've already met.
I'm going to point out to remind Angel that if she so desires, Avery could get a general feel for what these people are wanting.
She's going to think over to him, considering that they're mentally linked right now. She opened up her mind a little bit, not a lot, considering it would really overwhelm him, all of her shit, and his would overwhelm her. So she has like a little door open. She says, whatever you think is appropriate, just keep it on the down low. Just listen as you're moving around the room with. And I'm letting you know what
I will pause you guys
partner...
there for a moment.
Okay.
As I lay out again the faces that you recognize or understand, both with Amira understanding it magically speaking, and you understanding it just from having to learn about certain political outfits. There is, of course, Telvas and Vinleal, the two figures that you both know and were warned about. Then there is, as I'm trying to read my own handwriting here, there is Kinkelian Amrath, a figure from the outfitting of Star Elves. These are, again, not really, strictly speaking, major players.
Kenrith and who?
So there's Telvas, there's Vinleal, then there's Circalian Amroth. That is the Circalian Amroth. This is a sort of masculine Star Elf figure, kind of major figurehead. Does stand physically taller than the rest of the Astral Elves in his company. To which... What the fuck is my handwriting? Okay. Either way, you would know that even though they're not a major player in really much of any of the political scale in Zaria, they are known, at least among the Star Elves, to be a spiritual leader. in a lot of
Okay.
sense. So that may be something to be cautious of.
Okay.
Then, among the Sun Elves, a very, very well-dressed, although still dressed to the part of... Welcome in, not your brother, 1513.
Keep going.
Among the Sun Elves, a female figure, still incredibly well-dressed, though dressed still along the lines of kind of a jockey in a sense. Someone who's prepared to be riding something. This particular detachment of Sun Elves known for a lot of basically the sort of mounted creatures that they're known for portraying. This is Fazana Silenthold. She is known to be generally reserved, woman of few words in a lot of senses, and at least among the political circles of, in particular, Sunsmith, she is someone that, for as active as her particular faction is, as she is a woman of few words, there are few words that are best listened to and best heard.
The vampires in tow too at this point,
Yeah.
considering.
You would know that this particular faction are known for hunting monsters, so you don't know what that'll mean in terms of the vampire delegation that is still currently over in Sharney, as they are also Sunsmith based, but there may be a point of potential conflict there. You're uncertain. Next, among the Syzethi delegation, another male figure, deliberately well-groomed beard that sort of braids and kind of comes down into and joins among his robes, which are themselves made of sort of large fern leaves and various sort of forms of overgrowth, even coming to a point where his headdress and even his shoulder dress are sort of discarded bone, antlers, that kind of thing. This very much seems like it is an outfit made of various bits and pieces that were repurposed from lost life or even growing life. This is Glyn Balar Dultalon.
Yeah, there's no way I'm going to remember that.
I will write these out for you guys. Because this is a mess, I promise you.
I'm writing these out, putting them in Amber's chat with me so I can keep track of who's who.
And finally, very last group that's come in, smaller outfit. Whether they're here with political purposes or not, this is a small detachment of just guards from the town and the mayor, Elenwyn Eltiran.
Okay.
Some of them do look between each other with smaller levels of tension, understanding what each faction is and what their values kind of hold, but again, mostly all of them looking toward the hosts, you lot, wondering what the next move is, as the ghost of a Goliath makes his way into the room. Dinner is ready.
Okay. She's going to speak in Celestial first to the children to go to the other room. And then she's going to issue to the delegates to follow in, considering she'd be the lead, I guess, considering she's part of it.
Okay.
And right now, Violet is carrying the newborn.
Understood.
To recap, Avery's job is to dance with someone?
Your other half is currently dressed in the other dress.
Oh, yes.
She can walk now.
Oh, she can walk?
That was the last thing that happened last session is she can walk.
She walks
Okay.
to you.
All right.
That was the session before last, technically, but...
Well, the way I remember it, she was being supported by the Skag guy, Griffin.
Yeah, her walking is not perfect, but she is able to walk on 2 feet.
So she's wearing slippers under her dress, so she walks.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to dress with her, it is absolutely going to be a situation where you'd have to take the lead here.
Yeah.
I'm letting you know that Angel herself takes a whole minute to go get a wheelchair and pull it behind them so you can help move her to the table so it'll be easier for her. Since she's just newly walking again, I'm letting you know that as a delegate, she goes and grabs a wheelchair and puts it next to her and lets her sit on it, showing her some type of reverence.
Thank you
Considering
again
she went
for
through so much.
everything.
Yeah, of course, anything you need.
Now, on the subject of Amira's Lorekeeper Natural 20, to give some extra information. In terms of knowing who these people are and what their goals may be. While most of it's still vague, as Amira has not met them personally, there is some aspect of at least Lorekeeper that does allow her some extra insight into the way some of these folks are looking at each other. In particular for Vin Leal. Not only is he the Master of Treasury in Halcyon's family and sort of that particular faction outfit in Somerville, but he has been known particularly in smaller circles and not talked about circles, which is the advantage here of magically obtaining this knowledge, as a political saboteur. Additionally, let me see here. At least among Telvas specifically, you do know that he is a representative for specifically a faction with a name. It is an old, vestigial faction of the Sunrise Rebellion. A lot of veterans from that conflict from many, many years ago. And they're simply referred to as the Sunrise Pact. Some of them having older members, that seems to be the vast majority of them. But they, for all intents and purposes, if they are here to negotiate, they are not a very big faction. They do not have a lot of members. They are, for a lot of people in the larger world, a living museum, and that's all they amount to be. But there may still be some worth in the knowledge they keep.
They know about dragons.
Those are the two major bits that you get from that knowledge.
So, what does it look like when we walk in? Because Angel takes a minute to go get a chair for Lily.
Yeah. As you walk in, these groups are, very much kind of, for lack, not for lack of a want to put it in high school terminology, but they are very much clicking up amongst their own factions, talking amongst each other, trying to gauge everybody around them, some turning up their noses, some willing to lightly mingle with others, but not really strictly straying too far from their own groups, as they are each of them here with their own goals in mind. The fact that all this coalesced with this many factions of, in particular, elven groups coming together here absolutely has quite a bit to do with the fact that the eclipse is happening tonight. That, especially in the fact, not the eclipse, but the aurora is happening tonight. And in particular in a place this far north, where it is this close to the sun and this close to strong aurora-like activity, it may be seen from a political scale as the gods are watching. So what better time to make our voices heard? Even still, as everybody starts to filter out toward the dining hall, there have been a number of other tables that have been retrieved from storage. Very nice. Most of it imported mahogany. Did I say
Mahogany.
Mahogany.
Imported mahogany. What the fuck?
Homogamy is what you said.
Homogany. What the fuck?
Homogeny. I don't think we want homogeny.
Homogany is knockoff mahogany. It's specifically made out of plywood. No.
Not just any homogany. Homogany.
What the fuck?
Sorry.
God forbid I ever get sponsors on this channel. I'm going to be an outpouring of just broken words.
So as we all sit down, is there anybody who speaks first, considering Angel is currently just enjoying dinner?
Yeah.
I don't know what the first course is.
As these various tables are laid out, first course is mostly reflective of the environment that you're in the small island of Kirin as it is. Mostly a lot of dire fish, imported shark. Basically, essentially a very large Arctic sushi spread, for the most part.
Avery's down for that. He likes the savory foods.
And most all of them, while in small part talking amongst themselves, most of them are waiting for you, as you are, in large essence, considered the host of this gathering, even if you're not necessarily the host of the space.
I'm letting you know that she takes the baby that was born on the Aurora and starts to feed said baby.
The lab one?
Yes.
Okay.
Because they're shining the color of the Aurora, because that's what they do.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to speak first? I am not quite sure how to start this situation.
Oh boy, okay, so major faction players 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna roll a d10.
As you do that, Avery and Aiko has probably gone down. I imagine there's just like a buffet table somewhere to pick from. Kind of gathered up some munchies and brought it to a table.
Not strictly a buffet table. With the way it's laid out in a banquet, it's very much
like a spread. You can pass the plates.
Yeah. There is a very large spread, a lot of very large portions where plates can be passed out and things are retrieved. Even if there are some factions here that are conflicting, there's basic table manners on display. These being elves, especially, mannerisms are very refined. There are more forks next to your plate than you've ever seen.
I do have a question. It would be Hope that would sit next to Aiko.
Oh,
she'd probably be like, you need help. I'm going to help you because I'm going to help you. That's how you need food? I'll get you food. She's so sweet. She's a sweet girl.
2, 3, 4. Okay.
I mean, if you weren't so gung-ho about it, Avery was gonna do all that. But
no, she's like, he can help on the other side because I can't reach over there. She's like, that's how she is because that's how Hope is. Ooh.
Yeah. First delegate leader to speak. As the Lady Fazana sits up and straightens herself in her chair, slowly nursing. You can even... Actually, I would say first one to be able to read this, given your passive insight level, again, because of your observant feat, Piper. She is nursing and eating the sushi insofar as being polite. You can tell it's definitely not a preferred dish.
Who is Angel?
Shara.
You can observe Fazana, the leader among this.
Sorry.
Fazana. Fazana Silent Hold. She is politely nursing and picking at her plate. Although, even if subtly, as she has an incredible poker face, your passive insight at least is able to read the smallest Torx and her facial cues that say she's maybe not enjoying what she's eating, but she is being polite.
is there wasabi and soy?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kidding me?
Sushi's a little plain and just fishy without it.
She's also got there would also be that sweet salty one that you can put on there. That's the
Rolls.
I don't know if Pepper would like sushi.
Yeah.
Or
She
rolling
straightens
it.
herself. Well,
Does she like fish? That's basically what that boils down to.
Okay, I like cooked fish. I don't like sushi.
With the very, very subtle twerks that her nose seems to be giving, it seems like maybe fish in general, especially, is not something she's super keen on.
I'm picky with fish.
There might be some grapes, some of those like sea grapes on the table, Joe,
Yeah. She
and
is,
some seaweed.
less hesitantly partaking in other foodstuffs that are around on the table. But as she does straighten herself in her chair, she does sort of straighten herself up and sort of, in almost a sort of militant body language of standing at attention, even though she's in her seat, directed toward you, Angel. Well, this has been quite the gathering that we've collected ourselves for. A great many people whom I would not commonly associate with. It's refreshing to see so many unfamiliar faces.
So Piper does not like sushi. I rolled a 3.
I'm letting you know that you look over at one of Angel. Would you look over at one of Angel's dragons and be like, "I need you to cook this, please."
Yep. It'd be like lock
Little
eyes.
tiny-
Lock
tiny
eyes with a
baby
baby.
dragons.
A lot of faces I and we would not commonly associate with. That said, some things I suppose we are all here to address in terms of alliances. I believe you've
Just
already
touch the
met.
fish with your magma hand,
I
says
believe you've
Vanestra.
already met with the outfitting from the Red Hand. Yes.
Yes, I met with the red hand.
We are contingent and adjacent to them, here to offer our services and our alliance. This would involve, especially in light of rumors of rising conflicts and conflicts that you may be rumored to already be a part of, bolstering of would-be troops.
You can speak plainly.
There have been a great many birds who have found their way back to my cages, who have spoken of no small involvement in Jihu.
Would you like to address it?
On the subject of the rather disgusting nature of slave trade, we would like to offer our services in that regard for, I would say, smoother extraction of certain assets and certain concerned parties, should they be necessary, not to mention greater mobility on any battlefields, both loud and quiet.
We found a faction recently that was displaced from that area.
A smaller
They
outfit of refugees, yes?
Yes.
Not
They're
of
just
action.
living their lives.
Yes.
They're just living their lives.
In any war, civilians often get caught in the mess, whether they believe in what their country is fighting for or what the other one is, or not. So it is on that subject that we offer also security for civilians caught in the crossfire. A defensive position, if you would. But we do not feel the most comfortable amongst that offer, operating in conjunction with vampires. While we would not ask you to end your relationship with them, permission to have surveillance over their activities for both the safety of your trips and our own in this endeavor. We would not be, we would very much emphasize the necessity of such security measures.
Considering that their security measures could live on your security measures, I don't know how that's going to work for you.
Precisely my point. Surveillance of such a volatile ally, to make sure that
I'm
Any hurt
talking
and
about
betrayals.
size. You're not thinking about size.
Size is not an issue amongst us.
Mosquitoes are not big.
Just as they employ insects, we employ things that can consume them.
I don't mind a little surveillance. They won't either. I will make them aware of that.
Just as well, we do not offer strictly military assets. After all, since much of what my faction necessitates are mounts and traversal beasts, commerce would not be insignificant between our two
Speaking on
nations.
Sunsmith, specifically on Sunsmith, can you tell me where the envoys of children have gone missing to? Would you know? In the desert, where they have gone.
We've been looking into such things. Missing children is not something we take lightly. Hags of the desert are one suspicion, as are vampires, like the ones you've allied yourself with.
I questioned them, and he didn't lie to me. He even brought me back some of the children that he found.
Missing children are a symptom of a larger disease that affects the world. Something that we work to treat, just as they do.
But children hold a lot more power than most people think they do.
Of course. In them is the future incarnate. I should know. I do not come to this meeting without my own kin to worry about.
I know. Would I know of her plight, considering I would have studied before any of them showed up?
For her specifically, since you made a
26.
26. For her specifically, she is, even publicly, while she is a beast tamer, she is a mother. She has kids. They are not old yet. They are young. That said, given her particular occupation, she isn't really to take them around with her. And so, as far as you can tell, in terms of the maybe subtly veiled tension in her voice, they are currently not with her. They have been left behind in Sunsmith. And that is perhaps feeding into the maybe more vitriolic suspicion she is espousing.
I will be frank with you. Because you were frank with me. I have adopted a child who's seen the human war. Who spoke plainly as an adult at the age of 1. Who was just recently given the ability to make a wish to become an adult. And though she aged rapidly within the past 2 years, she picked the vampire as a friend. And she doesn't like many things in the world. They bore her. And she barely finds any joy in anything. She's currently playing a game of Go with him. I don't think I could think of a better time to find a friend.
One more volatile note that also I think Amir would pick up about her in particular. At least from the sort of magical gathering of knowledge. She's... Well, I'd say you would know this as well with your 26. She is definitely one of the less subtle opponents of Jihu when it comes to their slave trade. She's a very loud fighter when it comes to people escaping into the borders of Sunsmith, and she will kill anybody who tries to claim extradition. So if you do ally yourself with her, there is a very blatant raising of tensions that would happen with Jihu. So on that front, it may make some things a little bit worse. But there is also a number of pros to consider.
We will also have to talk about what I would know about these tactics, yes?
Yeah, it is. When it comes to things like that, she is ruthless.
While I believe in ruthlessness, surreptitious and silent disappearings might be a better decision for you as well.
Subtlety is not something we deal in. You have already folks in your alliances that deal with that sort of thing. We are not the type for that.
May make tensions higher. That may be something for you to consider. Not for me.
Oh, I understand the risks for you should you ally yourselves with us. We do not take on few, should we do so with you.
The less public our violence is, the faster and quicker we can make the moves we need to make. Minister, I think, just said something.
Beck. Beck is what Vanessa said.
I thought you said brick in a funny voice.
No, I just said Beck.
Yuck. It's back. It's back. So I think we might want to consider that. If we make alliances, I do want you to understand that we will have to make discussions on tactics.
Understood. Either way, I've stated my case, and now I prefer to fill a stomach as magical traversal has been known to rather violently empty mine.
Oh. Does she... Would she make a little movement at one of the dragons to come and cook her food too, considering she can't handle raw fish? Would raw fish not be a thing?
She seems to be just kind of, ever so subtly, like, kind of trading with one of her guards for, like, get me a little bit more fruit, and I'll give you the fish.
So
there.
that seems like enough. Is anyone else have any decisions or things to discuss? As Angel currently takes her child off her breast and hands it over to Nicodemus to rock.
That is my chief offer. Anything to further discuss about our alliance? What happen after an alliance be made?
Of course, of course. Just ask anybody else to take the floor next, considering she's currently trying to fill her own stomach quickly before she has to say something else, considering baby
D8
just took
for
all
the
of the
remaining
thought process.
4, and we move up to 3. So that's the Star Elves. So Callion, Circalion. Amroth. Amroth.
TH.
Sort of chief male figure among the astral elves. The amount by which the aurora in particular seems to be reflecting through him is rather potent, and even as an elf, as it takes quite a long time for them to look old. If we were to take it into a human equivalent, he looks like he'd be in his late 50s.
Okay.
Alright. So, you'd be wondering what I offer then?
Of course, if she's taking like a by herself, she's like, before I have to pull up my boob again at some point. My body is no longer my own for another couple of weeks.
Each and every figure here may offer troops, resources, trade. I and my people offer knowledge, access to star magics. This may help you and those allied with you to gain a means of navigation yet too unparalleled. Faster sea travel, land travel, even potentially faster air travel. A means of charting stars magically and using them both for magical defensive and offensive means. It is for an offer as great as this, and means of each of us tutoring those you would deem it necessary to learn, that we ask in exchange access to your umber trees. The one in your house, the one outside of it, the one that you have planted in another place. Their significance among those of us who take great stock in the stars as a place of worship, power, and a means of seeking serenity should not be understated.
I have a question. Is the Umber Tree child seated at the table?
Yeah.
My question also is there a pot nearby? Y'all want an umber tree? I'll give you one.
Yeah. And again, they're stating just access to them, as in plural, as in
They're
all.
talking about the trees for travel.
Not for travel. This
I know,
guy's a
but that's
religious
what
leader.
They're established as such. I will give them their own tree.
The umber trees are not, the travel trees are not umber trees. Those are silver trees. Those are different.
Those are
those different
silverwoods.
trees.
He's specifically talking about the umber trees. You did make an umber silverwood, which is another thing they may be
Which is
interested
a child. The child is the umber silverwood.
To this end, to put it in plain English as well, as in particular for, again, observant feet. They're asking for the right to name these as sacred holy sites.
I'll give them their own sacred holy sites. Just give me a pot.
In exchange, access to a particular school and field of magic that is not easily accessed or understood.
Also, I'm going to remind you, my grandfather is an umber tree.
That tree. No, I will make them one. They can have their own holy site.
They can have a traveling holy site.
I didn't give those out willy-nilly for reasons. They're the secondary tree teleportation system.
Technically, they're asking for access to her grandfather, and she's not quite so keen on that.
And that's where I put your grandfather. On accident.
No, the one at the heart of the house.
Yeah, Piper's the one who grew that.
Yeah, but you grew it back in the past, and then it became something in the future.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing. Angel doesn't know that part.
Yeah, and they're asking, again, wholesale just for access to all of them as holy sites. Not necessarily to exclude you, since they're yours, but access to them as marked holy sites.
I don't think I can give you access to my child as a holy site.
Your child.
My child is an Umber Silverwood.
Piper's looking for a pot. Piper's just gonna get up from the table and go look for a pot.
He turns his head in curiosity as some of the aurora reflecting through his body seems to grow more intense. Would you care to explain?
You're a star. You're an astral one. Why don't you explain it to me? Take a gander. There's one constellation in the sky that still doesn't blink. Not fully.
Something to look into.
I'm asking you the question. You seem to have knowledge.
And we are not all knowing. But we
It's
are.
not an obvious thing. She says, looking at Killy, and she says, looking at Lucier. She says, looking at each one of her children.
It's almost like...
We
You
offer
has to
knowledge.
answer the question.
There is a constellation that does not move, yes.
One of three. One of the 14. You just got power back. As Astral Star Elves, you should know this.
Yes.
You just got time back.
We are aware.
If you are as old as you say you are, why do I have an Umber Tree child?
Well, the answer to that question is still what we offer. An opportunity to practice faith.
Oh my
Exchange a
God.
gift of knowledge. And yes, we feel, however, it may be rude to spell it out plainly among so many political parties, as you can feel a sort of almost magical knock at your door, as if asking permission to form a telepathic connection.
She opens up her mind for him, so he can see that she's not lying.
You and your husband are Amora anew. He's not your husband on paper, yet. That does not matter to us.
I don't think I can let you make my child into a holy site. But I don't mind if you make Mercast into a holy site.
It already is.
For those beings that live, they would not be holy sites as much as what humans, under many of their godly worships, would call saints to us.
You'd have to ask my grandmother's permission to see my grandfather, first of all. Second of all, I don't know how she'd take it. But that's not my space to ask. You'll have to ask her yourself.
Then we would ask permission for that audience.
Of course. She's much older than me and much more wise than I am. But I will offer you something. As she looks over at Piper, who's raising her
Am I
hand.
dragging a pot back in the room? Like a big heavy pot?
Probably one of your vases that you have out of your bag. Giant pots that you have in your bag.
Stirred in it. I just can hear it go.
In the background, all you hear is like the. She's trying to drag it.
Clang!
It's not.
Sorry.
It's not. It wasn't picking up on the mic. It's so sad. It was not picking up on the mic. Joe.
As for somebody that can actually offer you what you ask for, that you can carry with you. She looks over at Piper, who's dragging
I'm
the
a
thing. And
druid
you can hear
trapped the number tree in the pot. I know I have to roll an Arcana. I got it. I know. I know. I know.
What'd you get? Natural 20? Is that the
Yeah.
natural 20 dance? It's the natural 20 dance!
It grows.
It's really
It is,
good.
it's a bit larger than a fern. You can see as the Groots the Groots.
The
The
Groots.
roots
It's definitely Groot.
overgrow kind of out of the pot a little bit and start to stretch into the wood and the floor.
Sorry. I did that a little too well this time.
That's the solar thing.
Right.
By the way, for the rest of you as the party, again, as Piper is showcased here, you guys aren't necessarily required to be silent for this. You can offer input if you want to.
Yeah,
Well,
I would
there's-
love some input.
Vinestra says, the Inamera will be sat around incredibly bored. They're stuck to eating food. The eruption of a giant starlight tree is not cool.
Interesting. Angel's like,
It's a party
Okay,
trick,
go on.
apparently, for pirates.
it's a party trick. Angel's like, trying to give it a party trick feel because she's like, I don't know how to take this,
I mean,
but
Avery
the
and
opposite of
Aiko
it
are just enjoying each other's company while they eat. Like
is
just
the
happy
silence
to-
of their minds.
Mhm. Yeah.
It's
He
not gonna be
looks.
time.
There's this, again, subtle twinge of shock in some of his facial muscles. Wow, we appreciate the gesture. We will not take it unless after audiences are granted, our conditions overall are met.
I mean, technically they would be, considering she
mean-
said you'd have to ask the child and the tree and Merkest.
So an
And
audience is what we've arranged.
in
and we look
Merkest, you're gonna have.
forward to it.
I will have to transport you, considering you can't get into Merkest right now.
We have our means. After
To
dinner
get into
concludes,
Merkest?
we have our means. After dinner concludes, as well, as is he's still mentally connected with you, and not speaking this aloud, I would love an opportunity to converse with two of your taller draconoid companions. The bright amethyst one, and the one with the imp over her shoulder.
Piper
Let
doesn't-
you get rid of
Piper doesn't know that they're having a mental conversation. Just says, "This is my."
You see the look
Push
of
the
absolute
pot
disdain.
to
You're
them.
like,
Pushes the pot to him. This is my invitation to Copulus Medicus, because there
Their
is a
foreign natures are a point of intrigue
It's
that
like
we'd
the tree is
like
the
to discuss.
the tree
please
is
don't make the
the
communist mentis mad. I just got them calm.
The connection
So-
severs. And the older enlightened elf gets back to particularly nursing the grains of sushi wrapped around the rice, one fucking grain at a time.
He eats fish too. I don't know what this is.
It very much gives off the air of like the monk who can survive for
On
a
one
year off
grain
of a
of
tea
rice.
leaf. Yeah. I mean, again, these
Try
are
not to laugh.
magically speaking, these are transcended elves, so to speak.
I'm letting you know there's a moment where Nicodemus is probably gonna have to stop it because Angel's eyebrows are probably wiggling in laughter, considering it.
He, I'm going to go ahead and roll a sleight of hand check to see how subtly he manages to elbow you in the ribs. Pretty solid and subtle, just...
So Piper actually tells the Starlight Elf, this tries to scoot the pot, but it's probably now too heavy to scoot. He's kind of my invitation to come see Capulus Medicus, where there is yet another umber tree.
Understood. Thank you. And he says that aloud. Now for the d6 for the remaining 3.
Wait, Jesus.
That's going to land us squarely on... Okay, the Sizethi elves with the men. Glinbalor Dultalon. Glynbalar. DUL apostrophe TOLON.
What's that? His name? Jinvalor?
Glinbalar
Balar.
Dultalon.
Does he speak up next? Do we have at least a second course? Does the second course come in
Yeah,
now?
a second course comes in, switching out from sushi, which largely, thankfully, fucking appetizer. Now it seems to be a very, very large bear roast. So your bear child also just kind of turns and minds their own business when this comes out.
Oh, sweet child. I have 2 bear children now. I have one that actually looks like a bear, and then one of them that is
Turns
related
into
to
a
the
bear.
bear.
I want to partake in cannibalism.
Cannibalism.
Try it. We're gonna say this. Cannibalism.
Candlebalism.
Close enough. Nicodemus, can you pull some...
Yeah,
pull
yeah,
some
yeah, yeah,
Red
yeah.
Dragon, please? That's her favorite.
Well, it's been a very long journey, I must say. The tree striding has been a hell of a thing to get here as well. Not to mention quite the tree outside, I must say.
You see Violet turn like a shade of like purple. She's holding the little Layborn in her arms, being a good auntie.
On the subject of our offering, you already have a great grasp of subtlety, the subtler aspects of espionage, and, well, probably a good deal of stealth in your troops. That said, adding more of a good thing is never a bad thing. We offer access to our many gatherings of rangers and druids. While we don't have many under the circle of spores, we have a number of prospectives who would be more than willing and happy to learn of that circle and learn how to access it down near your home, whilst, of course, offering themselves as a presence to guard it. Now, of course, given who and what we are, joining with us publicly would absolutely raise tensions with she who...
Absolutely.
the borderlands are ever a messy affair.
Didn't realize Borderlands, the game, was here.
Technically.
Well, borderlands also in reference to the lands on a border between...
Would I know their prospects and their tactics?
Yeah, it's a lot of guerrilla warfare, even with the druids, where it's a lot of, like, let's turn nature against our enemies.
Like Paul used the nature against their enemies.
Yeah, they are well known for their battlefield tactics insofar as, hey, now you have to fight the battlefield.
I don't necessarily hate that.
Yeah, there's a reason that they've been known internally as a very peaceful nation. It's because their military is fucking terrifying.
Basically like the Whisper. Okay, awesome.
Basically, if you made an army of pipers that could just erupt Earth and all that good shit everywhere.
Do you know what you're getting into?
Oh, absolutely. We've been in active war with Jihu for centuries.
I mean, do you know what you're getting into with me?
We're more than happy and patient enough to learn, but if you were to accept our terms, there is one thing that we must ask of you. In terms of just... it may be a small interaction, it may be large, it depends on how much we deem necessary to learn.
Okay.
As you know, and as your Fey companion, I'm sure, is aware of, as he directs his attention not subtly at all toward you, Piper.
I'm on fire. I am hard to miss.
A certain Kalawai purged the world of many, if not most, of its ent kin.
She looks over at Umakiku.
And it is that one in particular, as he directs his attention toward Umakiku, that we would love to have a chance to converse with, learn more about, maybe even show around our countryside.
Her job is to plant more ants.
Precisely.
Her life is literally to make more ants.
And where better to do so in a country where anyone who dares chop a tree without our permission is met with a terrible fate.
You've been met with a terrible fate.
We offer for her, but through her, a means of growing that population without much conflict.
She looks over at Umakiku. You'd have to address it with her. She looks over at her daughter.
Yes, you would. You would have to address it with me. It would mean you would leave the side of your mother for an extended period. What we offer is quite involved. This may be
Not without her
thinking
brother by her side.
We can make accommodations. We already actually have quarters prepared for her. This may have been thinking too far ahead. But we figured, given the substance of our offer, it may be unlikely for you to actually say no.
Her brother is her mother's
Guardian.
countermeasures
Yes, we know
to
of
said
the
chopping.
conjunction with Pendra. We are, many of us, avid worshippers.
It's up to you. Safe travel.
I mean,
You have been wanting to go on your own.
frankly, I'm going to say yes to this one. As long as they don't have any suspicious and problematic motives. But if that's the case, then you gotta deal with my mama.
Brad, go to Rose Maxwell.
You wouldn't dare.
Yeah, wouldn't.
Given the sort of alliance and how unafraid we are to act, not really bothering with subtlety in many cases, this alliance would be public. which means it would not
All right,
go
we go.
unnoticed by Jihu. But given what we are, it may not matter.
She looks over at Agni, who is the third sibling in that grouping right now. Or actually the fourth, but he's the third in the order. Do you have anything to say? It's your sister.
You screw with her, you can say goodbye to your countryside.
It is really terrifying to hear children make such threats.
Considering that is Amoria's child, it's not an empty threat.
I know, but it's still so terrifying. Little eyeball child going, I will tear your countryside apart.
Understood. Also on the subject is a small presentary gift. We have a collection of fungus that does not grow in your home. As he casts it forth on the table, it seems to grow sort of a vibrant orange. It may hold well in your home for produce, particularly as foodstuffs. Its flavor is known to be very citrusy.
Do you know? Angel's gonna pry his mind just a little bit. She's gonna knock on the door a little bit 'cause she has a question. That ancient druid, she's gonna pry
Knock,
just a
knock,
little.
knock on heaven's door.
You feel resistance. I can feel what you're doing. I would rather not do it in a public setting. And besides, a gift to you in your home is not the only gift I offer.
That's not the question.
Sometimes there are things that are best not to be said aloud. Just what Piper kind of just says, looking at the ceiling like,
And
oh, well,
possibly a conversation yet still for later when not in public, regardless of whether you wish to knock. Tea leaves for the Eladrin to experiment with at her whim. As he places them on the table, you can see the veins that run through the green on these leaves are blue.
awesome, Nguyen.
For the unfortunate companion of yours and the disease he is dealing with. You notice he does not mention the race. And he lays down a pamphlet. Plans for an arborist sauna that may offer some relief. We are well known for our medicinal capabilities.
Ooh,
That healing
sauna episode. Sorry.
Ooh, a sauna moment.
Oh my.
Oh
For the
my.
large amethyst draconic companion and secondary physical host of this party. He lays down a ring which reeks of foreign magic. We haven't been able to make heads or tails of this. It's yours.
Smells amazing.
For the next more effeminate draconic companion of yours, the foreigner who I believe for a time you lived in a vineyard in
Still
Summerhill, am I
does.
correct?
Still does.
Forgive me, one of the few names of your party that I have not been able to study and catch the name of. Something with
name
a
is-
V in the common tongue, if I recall.
Her name is Venestra.
Venestra.
Hold on, we gotta wait for Venestra to type. If Venestra, are you paying attention?
Try to talk at you. They might want your services.
Yeah. They're trying to gift you a gift.
Trying to give you a gift.
Well met. He retrieves, again, from what looks to be a cornucopia, but as his hand reaches in, it gets deeper. It's seemingly a cornucopia of holding.
It's hilarious. It's cute.
He retrieves a bundle of these bright, and I mean bright, pink grapes.
Pink.
And
Like
sets them down.
bubblegum?
They are about the size of golf balls, each grape.
Wow.
Something to tend to in your vineyard. You may find the product produced from it may serve more than just one business venture.
Hold on, she's typing.
Mm-hmm.
V would smile at them, and she looked up at the large grape. That is quite impressive and duly noted.
And finally, the stranded one.
He's not
Now we're waiting for Zonin.
Are you
down
sure?
there. Not anymore.
Stranded.
Perhaps I misspoke. Leather is not a common resource in our home, yet still what we produce in lieu of it is comparable, if not greater, than some of what the greatest leather workers of Sable Hearth can produce. We offer a means of, well, maybe a better settling situation than what you currently have with your companion. You'll all have to visit us, of course, for that, but deeper discussions to be had. This is all assuming that at this table, even though everybody else is simply offering their conditions, we've already been met with a yes.
Pretty much.
Visit you where?
We would need a third of the table in order to give you a full yes. But he won't leave his spot. I've asked him to be here and he won't. He's too worried for his kingdom.
And when the confirmation comes along, but at least in terms of formalities. As much of a yes has been presented here, you may all keep the gifts that you've been given. In particular, as he shoves forth a very small, sort of almost looks like coin purse toward you, Xanon, that, as it scoots across the table, much heavier than the small pouch presents. A yes is a yes. And a deal is a deal. For it to be finalized later, I do hope so, but so far, this seems like a fruitful meeting. And he offers his hand forth, not necessarily in a surface level style handshake, but more so in sort of that full arm grasp presentation that you're familiar with for warlords making a deal down in the Underdark.
She does that, but she also puts it out to Imakiku to stand next to her and do the same.
And she
We're making
does,
a deal.
her roots just kind of wrapping around the two bonded arms. Very well. So, in the event of a great wartime, you also have access to our druids and our rangers to bolster your forces. We expect the same in turn should we be met with conflict. And we are always met with conflict.
There are two large dragons in the sky that are hiding in the clouds. Should be able to see them every once in a while.
So now it's a
You
coin
need it.
flip for the remaining two factions, but sorry, I don't want to interrupt. You were saying things.
No, hold on. The thing she tells him is, Aria Reynos, if you but call it to the sky.
Understood.
I would prefer you sing it though.
My singing voice has long since gone ragged. But I will do my best. Okay. Next, that leaves... This is oddly kind of perfect. That leaves Halcyon's family to be the last one you guys are going to be dealing with. That was
Piper
pure
already
RNG.
had- Piper already has a little something for that.
So,
I pray.
Shit, I
that
never
Piff
told
shows
you
up
what
at
I
this table.
prepared earlier.
I pray that Piff shows up at this table for that. Please let
First,
that be when.
Telvas and the Sunrise Pact. Well, they've all made their offers well known, and I am quite confident, in particular, that what I would offer you may be met with
Still two
acceptance as
mayors
well.
also there.
they are not counted in this list.
Okay, good. I wrote them down though, so I was like, there's still two.
First of all, the event of conflicts, as after all, as you and your friends grow more powerful people will be met as challenges to you and your various forms of authority. Some of them may meet in force from places both domestic and foreign to a degree that you couldn't imagine. There's no one on this ring more familiar with exactly what that means than us. So, to that end, we offer a number of historic defense positions, old strongholds of the Sunrise Rebellion, old strongholds of even some repurposed, rebuilt and remade Velix ruins, and some reverse engineered Velix technology stripped of most of its corruptions for the sake of being used as both a defensive weapon and an offensive one.
She looks over her brother, Griffin.
It is him that is the point of concern that we ask for. Access to your brother, to Griffin. While we never met officially back then, he has been a wealth of knowledge and a regular thorn in the side of the Velix since then. He may have information useful to us in our efforts, as we may have for him. Both in technologies he's destroyed or may still know about.
She thinks to her brother because they do have a mental link. Does he know about Nyx? Does he know about the...
They don't strike me as too like spy oriented. As far as what I can remember about this group, they are small potatoes in terms of what's left of them, at least as far as gathered under this banner.
But that's what you think. We don't know that for sure.
True.
They might be able to access to your sister.
They might. This one's probably an easy yes. I mean, hell, these veterans. I'm a veteran myself, so there's that.
I'm gonna say yes.
Fantastic.
If you're... It's up to him, though. I'm gonna ask Griffin. It's up to you.
I'm gonna just be blatantly cautious and say very hesitantly, yes. Understand. You fuck with me, as he says again. No level of subtlety, despite the setting and the amount of formal dress that's around him. Even some elves around look a little appalled at hearing just a blatant expletive. If you fuck with me, you will be met with the full force of a several thousand-year-old chronomancer.
chronomancy is not something I want to piss off.
Not to mention at least the two beholders who are actually really, really fond of you.
What's the most powerful magic in the universe? Love. No. Fuck. What the fuck have I been teaching you? Chronomancy. Chron.
Honestly,
Yes, love
I
seems-
would prefer spatial magic, but whatever.
I mean, it's all fun and games until the Chronomancer comes along and ages you to dust.
That is actually one of the things I can do.
They actually
Yeah, and I can warp space to make one part of your body on one side of the planet and the other here.
he did that
I can
too.
stop time.
Oh my. You two together would make a terrifying combo.
Dunamancy's a
Zelda
bitch.
and Palkia.
Which, by the way,
So-
there has been a very, very, very subtle smell of foreign magic coming off of Griffin like the entire fucking time that Violet has noticed.
But Violet's used to
Dunamancy,
him.
yeah.
Violet's used to
Dunamancy,
that
for all
smell
intents and
inherently.
purposes, is absolutely considered a foreign school of magic.
I'm literally letting you know that she follows that man around like a puppy dog,
Yeah.
Can we
listening to every word he
take
says.
a break soon? I need to feed the cat and get dinner for myself.
Go take
We
a
are
break.
actually, we're going to be getting there here in 90 seconds, actually. We're hitting the 2-hour mark here pretty quick.
So
I
she
was
looks.
gonna say,
Cool.
it'd be great if
She
we
looks
leave
over-
out
she
and
looks-
schedule for after the break.
So, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, we're gonna go with yes.
All right, that's an easy enough yes. Now, who's left but the chuckle fucks? And that's where we're going to take a break. As Griffin, again, completely
Letting you know
untact.
there's a Violet. So I'm trying not to laugh so hard. But hearing like
Hi, everybody. Welcome back from the break. Sorry, it was a longer break than planned. Had to step away, tell my dad some things, and then suddenly one of my own addresses got stuck in my eyeball, and that was fun. My eye stings. It's not a great feeling, but it is what it is. So,
It is something I'll have to deal with.
please tell me there's like a second meal course
yes.
so we don't have dessert when these people are talking like idiots.
Yeah, it's not just sushi. There is a
I will be
transition.
needed because somebody just got in trouble. So.
Yep.
But yeah, if
Gotcha.
we are starting, hello.
As I mentioned before, kind of a bear roast kind of thing. It's largely being passed around. Mostly, it seems like a very.
Why are we eating a bear?
It takes a long time to cook, longer
We're
than.
done eating the bear. Are we
Yeah.
done eating the bear? We already went to the bear course. Or we are on a different course. Like elk.
Yeah.
Something we can eat that's not bear.
Well,
I
There's
understand I
typically
have
a salad course for.
actually, on the subject,
Paladin.
there is an interim soup and salad course.
well, my elk is going to be eating some of the soup and salad.
Yeah.
I do have an elk child. It's like I can't avoid insulting one of them. Where they do.
And finally, after that all expires, and there's minor discussions going on around the table, even some of the factions talking with each other. Because there may be smaller relationships going on there, and in some cases, maybe some larger ones. But as all of that winds down, and some of the major stressors do start to wind down as well, you do know that there's going to be more so the dance and the mingling after all of the food finally gets served.
Yeah, but she's opening up the floor to anybody who wants to talk. We have only one person. Some love.
Yeah. And they seem to be hesitant to speak. But as finally the dinner course makes its way around, venison.
I'm letting you know the
Specifically
elk
venison.
child looks at it and goes,
Well, elk is different from venison, at least.
okay.
It is-
Venison is deer. Elk would probably be fine with that. It's
Okay.
not cannibal.
It's not
Just
cannibalism.
Just weird.
It's a
which,
divine deer elk thing.
well, as the Venigan, what the fuck? I can't
There
say
you go
words
again.
today.
venison.
Magahani.
I have,
Whatever.
you know, I have an emote in my channel that is specifically
I can't English.
I can't English. It exists for a reason, because I did this shit even while I was on keto. It's just my brain doing a That's all it's doing.
So while the dinner shows up, they decide to talk.
As the venison gets laid out and gets plated, and actually, as also, oddly enough, the now stuffed stag's head gets set up above the fireplace mantle. And as also, Violet, you would remember this particular pattern. If there was a fresh kill, and there is a trophy room in the house, if there was a fresh kill that was being served for dinner, that would be mounted above the fireplace for that dinner.
Cement point of honor, yeah.
And as that gets mounted up, Xanon, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
What? What am I saving against?
Wisdom saving throw.
Oh, what is it against?
It's
An
not a
unknown
charm.
wisdom number.
I will say that.
It's a charmed effect?
No.
No, an unknown wisdom number.
Okay.
Just make the check. He'll tell you if you need it or
In
not.
regards to the resistance, it's not a charm effect. Don't worry about that.
He does know that.
It's a 21.
21. Okay. That means this doesn't make its way through the cracks. Although you swear for the briefest half a second as you see it getting mounted up, it might just be a trick of the light, but for the briefest half moment, you swear the fur is white. And then everybody gets back to eating, as again, that fur is just a normal, simple, deep brown, as any venison normally is. But yeah, it seems like it was just a trick of the light. The only one who sees that is
Oh, okay. Is there like it's something for his story, right? It's not for us, right?
in regards to something that happened, well, roughly 36 sessions ago.
In Amber's. Oh my God! I forgot what happened.
In regards to that,
Don't even know what y'all are talking.
yeah, I would like to reiterate, I have plans for you fuckers.
Amber, Angel actually got to see this mentally in her dreams. So.
But either way, in that brief, again, catch of the light, there is just the slightest like half moment where instinctively you feel uncomfortable. But then, it's just a deer's head. You've seen deer before. They're not, strictly the most common thing in Ormer. Most of them have scales in Ormer, but there are deer-like dragons, and you're familiar with that shape of animal. You're also fairly certain that at some point, though you don't have the strongest memory of it, you've hunted beasts pretty much exactly like that, even just in the company of these people. Definitely more so a notion of survival than anything else.
Being as paranoid or cautious as I am, going to cast a little spell.
All right.
I would say discreetly, going to cast Tireless on myself.
Going to cast what?
Tireless?
Tireless. Describe that spell for me.
You grant machine-like stamina to a creature you touch for the duration of the spell. Duration is 24 hours.
Gotcha.
The target requires no food or drink or rest. It can move at 3 times its normal speed during overland travel and perform 3 times the usual amount of labor. The target is not protected from fatigue or exhaustion caused by magical effect.
3 times speed for overland travel. Okay, specifically, I'm assuming that's for like the travel mechanic of the game, not just like normal combat movement.
Right.
Right. Okay.
Do you give it to yourself or do you give it to your creature?
He said he guessed it on himself. Okay. Good to know. All right. And of course, as it's laid out, it is incredibly well seasoned. Matter of fact, as even the weaker of your noses catch it. It's been smoked.
Letting you know, the kids look at me like, is there a sauce to go with this? Because it needs something.
Yes, yeah. Venison is not a fatty meat. There is sauce to go with it. There's also a smaller side of pork belly that goes along with it as well.
She helps I'm letting you know, she looks at all the adult kids to help doctor the food.
Yeah. And there's even, again, just Lucian, being the murder child that he is, just busy cutting some of it into, like, very small pieces. We're gonna make sure that you can eat this, okay?
We don't need any choking at the table.
Yeah. For the dinner course, I made a roll to see which of your backstories would get brought up.
So,
Or, really, actions, I should say.
what is this group gonna say? Did they say anything while we're eating? Did they get
As the stag is brought out, as the venison.
Angel is once again breastfeeding, cluster feeding right now, considering it is day 2 of this child's birth.
Finally, Vinlil speaks up. Well, this has been quite an interesting spread, if a little... Well, I suppose there's nothing wrong with it being local. Now then, on the particular subject matter of our arrival. First of all, very similar to those... sorry, I should rephrase. The astral elves who've made themselves known in the company. Yes.
Piper is going to subtly start doing Archfey tall form. Just very subtly.
Very subtly. Okay. Go ahead and give me just like a general, we'll call this a blend-in stealth check. To just subtly...
Trying not to show they're frustrated. Trying not to show they're frustrated. Trying not to show they're frustrated.
Subtly start growing.
19 plus 5.
Okay. You are growing at such a slow and subtle rate that it would very much require somebody falling asleep for like a few minutes and then waking up to realize that there's been a change.
In a party of nobles and delegates like this, I imagine that's not too difficult.
Yeah.
Dozing off.
Of which some of definitely not the strictly politically leading delegates. Some of the guards do feel comfortable enough in this environment, given that everybody else has bodyguards, to nod off themselves a little bit further back in some of the lesser noticed tables. Yeah.
Travel.
Because apparently some of them, at least based on what's been hinted at, fucking walked here. Not on horses either. Just walked here from where they were from. On the subject of what the astral elves also offered, we offer access in particular to elven high magics to benefit those of the... Well, what is it? The Whitehorn line, or is it the Mochizuki line? I apologize. Our information that we received was a little bit conflicting. At least I did.
Technically, it would be Mochizuki.
Mochizuki. Great. Okay. I will correct that as he snatches a page from very clearly one of his just assistants, someone who's not dressed in guard's attire and more so just kind of over formal. It's someone with a scroll. And he
Are they
scratches
freaking
it off
out a little bit?
As far as the scroll keeper,
Yeah.
blatant nervous air. It's not subtle at all. Mochizuki, and I'm assuming that's spelled with the normal structural nomenclature of undercommon, yes?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Right, now, With that, we offer access, both learning and tutoring processes, for Elven High magics. Now, this would require, generally speaking, those of at least a vast majority, bare minimum of 16th Elven descent, to be able to properly process and utilize such magics. But I'm sure there are a number of drow under your employ in your kingdom, and as well as a number of, Elven-adjacent figures. Yes.
I'm of Elven.
Wouldn't just about any fae be close enough? Like, since elves are.
Oh, they're talking
fae?
high elf.
Elves are derived of Fey ancestry, and
He's talking
elves in
high blood.
general, would work. High elves are defined as high elves as such because of their ability to practice high magic.
Okay.
That's more so a status granted to them due to sort of that magical sensitivity in regards to how that works. Those would be the only ones that we would be able to reasonably tutor, but it is there. Now, you've mentioned that you have some elven ancestry yourself.
I have some high elf themselves that are in my family. She looks over at the reborn children, the ones that have been brought back. Kel and Jel.
I see.
Son elf.
Strong tutoring candidates, if in fact they have the aptitude and patience for such complex ritualistic magics. But all the same, whether it be for holistic, domestic, or war,
Their last name is Kiljaran.
I appreciate that. I will make a note. I don't have the. Make a note of it, will you?
Considering the Velix kidnapped their mother and killed them in utero.
Fascinating.
Tried to kill them in utero.
Quite fascinating. With that, of course, there is also the status that comes with being bound to a Somarillion family.
She isn't Somarillion.
Right, I'm not suggesting she is. I mean, in accepting our alliance and our allegiance alongside learning high elven magics, there is the status with being allied with a Somarillion family. With that comes a great deal of weight in terms of noble negotiations, not to mention the general quality of many of your troops. Outfits, access to armaments and armor would greatly increase, as we would willingly and wittingly divert funding toward that effort.
Okay.
There is, however, the act of conditional. There's what we want, of course. As he turns his gaze partly away toward Violet. We would like your claim with Halcyon rescinded and revoked, as well as his in turn. He's been a rather vibrant thorn in our side. Now, in permitting disownership of a couple of family members, you gain access to the rest of the entire family and those resources therein that I've already laid out. You can still remain friends with these people. They can even still be extended family of your own, but they would not be allowed to their
I just want to
inheritance.
ask you a question for your liable tongue right now, right? You do know that you're sitting in front of a warlord, right?
Yes, I do.
Would Piper finally be full archfey form?
And regardless of your political station, I'm shocked that I am the only one who has presented you controversial conditions for our alliance. This is certainly a more commonplace point of subject matter for most other peoples. Hell, they've made more
You are high
controversial
elf. What is your
agreements.
age?
Myself.
What is your age?
As of now, 327 or so, I believe.
I want you to look to my left. Who is sitting to my left?
Is it Piper?
No, it's Lucian.
Oh, Lucian, okay.
one of your divinely spawned children.
Yes, and what is the divinely spawned child?
I'm gonna roll a religion check for his pompous ass.
Piper has taken her ring of mind shielding off because she wants to tell Angel.
Of one of the gods that are not respectfully revered in many circles.
Hold on. Piper wanted to ask something?
Piper is literally mentally asking Angel. So we're gonna say no, right? We're just flat out knowing this, right?
Could you give me a minute? Because I want to make this as flamboyant and I want him to understand what he has just done to his entire family.
Wait, let me at least give him my housewarming parting gift.
Still working.
I don't think he'll be able to say no. Piper.
You better be able to accept it.
Which, point of note also for now, pretty much anybody with a passive perception of like 12 or higher, you note that the presence of Elwyn Eltarian and her sort of entourage of, again, largely just the Arcala government, the town, they're just documenting all of this. That's all they're doing.
I'd like you to look to my right, as Tatsu is sitting to my right, and then Alexander next to him, and then his sister next to him.
Yes. Elven high magic may be beneficial for any of them.
I want you to tell me who their parents are. Mr. Somarillion.
By name. This is when Piper does draw attention to the fact she's bigger now. With Sharpie Sharps.
She's an archfey.
Unfortunately, that means one of mine will be from you. This is just a patient gift.
Can I, with a persuasion roll, say, I think this is in your best interest to listen to them?
And answer the question.
By all means, roll a persuasion check with
Advantage.
With advantage, given the additional surrounding stimulus.
Also, one long needle finger on your shoulder. Guidance.
What does guidance do?
Must be 1d4.
Use one
All
more
right.
extra.
I wish it could do more. I feel like at this level it should be
that's
higher.
12
There might be
plus
scalability for
16
guidance, actually, in the global supplement.
12 plus 16,
But I think that's
28. Yes.
28. Yeah. His leg to stand on is weaker purely on the RNG that was that he ended up going last. He's had examples of polite and positive alliances with you guys all before him. Had he gone at any time earlier than this, his DC would be much higher because he'd have a lot more ego that he'd be shoving out.
What do you get? 26?
28, I believe.
Okay.
Well,
I want you to name their parents.
Oh, by the way, it's probably a given now, but Avery has sensed trouble and kind of like told Aiko he'd be back and walked over to the scene.
religion check just on intelligence gets a +5. He is not proficient with religion, but all the same, 18. The rather intimidating dark fellow next to you, that is Henigo. That is Tatsu,
The
you
right
said.
is Tatsu. He's completely has skin of black opal.
Lady Lakalara.
Alexander is a label.
Quite a number of those in your company, as I've noticed.
And I want you to tell me who the porcelain child is.
of Royard.
And I want you to notice the 4-year-old at the end of the table, who has her own table to herself. The planetar at the table. I want you to think long and hard, Mr. Somerellian, of the 3 mountains.
Yeah, Summerilian isn't his last name, it's just...
But she's basically calling him out.
Yeah.
Because he's acting like a dipshit at the table. Considering all of her kids know exactly where each one of these people come from. They go to school, and they have studied. I want you to tell me, considering Piff's children are at the table, considering that there is a child of almost every Fey deity at this table, and considering that a majority of them have pink irises, I want you to think long and hard who you're talking to right now.
With a natural 20.
There is no threat this plane that you can offer me that I will ever fear.
I have not offered a threat, just a condition.
If I sanctify the love union of these two, and you go against it, I will smite your entire line. I am not bluffing. And I will remove their seed from the Summeril landscape. It is not a bluff.
It's not a threat, it's a promise.
You take that back to his mother. And you take her this as I put the wheat killer mixed with the bad luck in his hand. Just for her. You put it in a drink. I will tell you right now that everyone in her line will lose all of their luck and money and gambling. And every child of bad seed will be removed.
That
So you
would
have your choice.
include Halcyon losing out, as he is part of the family.
He's under my blessing and protection. So he's not part of that family anymore.
As Yuki stands at attention. Yeah, my mama confirmed it. I wonder if he ever was.
Oh, you mean that's Umikiku.
Umi and Yuki. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Umi.
Yuki's this tiny one who's afraid of everything, and Umikiku's is the one with Umikiku's the strong
She is
one.
nasty like her mama.
Right, so make a persuasion or intimidation check. With advantage
I have a
given how
better
many around
idea.
you are contributing to this.
I have a better idea. Can I just straight up cast fear?
That'll add an additional +2 to the intimidation or persuasion, as it would be considered stacking advantage. Although, actually, with fear, that would relegate it specifically to an intimidation check.
It is a 19 plus 21.
V's also
And we
chiming
give it
in.
an intimidating glare.
Certainly.
Add another 2.
I'm not sure this guy has a chance.
I don't think he has the balls.
Okay, so add another 2. What's the
19.
total?
19 plus, I think my persuasion's higher than my persuasion. My performance are the highest.
Right,
So
this
it'd
is
be- this one
relegated
is
to
a-
an
this was an
intimidation because of the
11.
fear that was cast.
So it's a 19 plus 11, which is a 20 is a
19
30
plus 11 is 30.
plus 2, which is
32
33.
Plus
32
another 2,
plus
which is...
2 is 34.
28 for V's glare, she says.
And then a D4 for guidance. I always cast guidance. Hope guidance.
I mean, essentially we can call this man surrounded by draconic presence on at least 2 fronts so far.
Go to bed.
My ass completely mistook that for like those are underpants on her head. No, that's a hair.
It's a 4.
On it.
Okay.
Because I could pick up that without missing.
So that is a grand total, by the way, of 40. I will pass your message along. And your conditions.
It's not a condition. I am not kidding that if you come against me, I will smite you.
I am being polite.
This is polite.
Piper's
If I wasn't being polite, your insides would be on the table.
Piper with her little needle-like nail finger things gives him a spray perfume bottle. This is also for the mist. If you would like to sample the scent to see if
Please
it's up
tell me
to
that-
par with her, for her.
Please, I really hope that here it's gonna be beautiful.
Did you hear what I said, Joe?
Yeah, I heard you.
Okay, if he wants to sample to see if it's her particular scent.
I will pass that along as well. I'm assuming I'm not permitted to stay for the rest of the engagement.
You are permitted to stay for the rest of the engagement if you are willing to see how... Okay, I'm gonna say this. I want you to understand. A bloodline built on twisting too many vines makes the grapes weak and misshapen.
And on that line dropped, I'm going to be right back. Food got here.
We'll grab the
It's a
food.
perfect subject matter to start eating with.
With your balls. Ooh, I can't wait till that scent sample he just takes effect.
I should go ahead and expend a spell slot because I used.
Oh my god, that was so cool! That was so cool! That was so freaking cool!
The dude just had an entire 20+ level D&D party frighten him. He's gonna need professional help.
He's gonna need brown pants. He's gonna need brown pants.
Let me see if there's a meme for that.
I need brown pants. I think there's one of Travis going, I need brown pants. I think there's one of Travis from Critical Role going, I need brown pants. Let me see if there is one, because I think there is.
Could have sworn there was. I'll have to look for it later.
I know he has a quote where it's literally, I think I need to go change my brown pants. I just can't remember where it is.
Well.
But I'm going to give you this one. There's my gift. There's my gift to the group. It's in the session call chat.
And here's Deadpool saying, "Let's hope these guys are wearing their brown pants."
Yes.
There's hints of excitement. Of
Excrement.
excrement. I might be slightly dyslexic. I don't know.
Dyslexic? As Amber likes to say it?
Dyslexic.
I'm not gonna let it go, Amber.
Okay, what do you call it when the anime characters are all surrounding one person and like their entire body goes black, but with the little like shines in their eyes, kind of like laser sort of things? They're looking at the one person.
There's a word for it, but I can't remember what it is.
I know I can't.
I didn't know there was a word for that. I thought it was just
There's a
called
word.
intimidating.
There's a word
I
for
looked
every
up
single
group-
one of
I
them.
thought it was called an intimidating crowd, but okay. Death glare?
It is a death glare.
A group death glare. Okay.
I'm also gonna
Selective
put this
death
one.
glare.
I'm also gonna put this one down for him.
Need to find a good spot to set this.
There we go. That's for the session call.
There we go. Okay.
Just remember, crying is a free action.
Got a plastic fork somewhere.
It's one of my favorite lines that Matt ever said on that little little interview. Just remember, crying is a free action.
Popeyes temporarily has a chocolate chip biscuit alongside their strawberry biscuit. I think I prefer the strawberry biscuit, but I haven't tried the chocolate chip one yet. Oh,
The only thing that sucks is I literally can't.
that smells like
Right.
health problems, and I love it.
Joe, we're in the middle of a story.
I know.
Let me see if that worked. Hold on. Oh, nope. I can't figure out how to do that. Oh well. There's a picture. I wish I could share it, but heaven forbid my freaking right click work. Oh, I know how to get around this. Wait, no, I don't. That's not gonna work.
She looks over at this man. I don't know how he felt about his the story of his entrails possibly being on the table and the kids not blinking an eye at the fact that their mother just said that.
Just remember, crying is a free action.
That's right. That's my favorite. That's my favorite quote. That's my favorite. One of my favorite quotes. Just remember, crying is a free action.
I understand your position. And I'm sure my scribes are writing all of it down in earnest in its
I have a
exact
question.
words.
Are the scribes laughing? Are the scribes laughing?
Are they kind of just giggling?
They have some very subtle smiles curled on the sides of their faces.
They are professionals at not laughing. Oh my god, that means they do this shit all the time enough where they're professionals at not laughing
All
at
the goddamn time. Which, by the way, they are wearing masquerade masks. The only part of their faces that are not obscured, even though they are strictly apparently not to speak, are their mouths.
I will let you know if there's your scribes know. Should they need a better job, they can always come to Sharney.
And they write that down, and again, for those with higher passive perceptions, they give the subtlest of nods.
Also, I could use a scribe or two for Capulus Medicus. I don't know. Giving them options to go somewhere else. Go anywhere but there.
By the way, I don't know if he was well aware, but everyone here just got back from traveling to the Abyss.
Other than her, but that's because she's not allowed.
This is one of the few things that gives the scribes pause from their smiles and pause from their writing.
They fought a demon lord and
From the abyss.
yes.
We destroyed an entire lair.
Yes, from the abyss, you twat. Says Halcyon, not bothering to keep his mouth shut at this point. I went down there.
Yeah. They came back. And they won. So now there's no contention against Piff.
On the subject, and your scribes may write this down. And I apologize for interrupting, Angel.
No, it's fine.
I'm sure my mother, upon getting that knowledge, as I'm sure she did outside of your purview, really hoped that I had died down there. As it's one of the only ways for my claim to be forfeit. I won't tell you the amount of assassination attempts that my Violet doesn't even know about, that I've deflected since knowing her. Some of which I've deflected away from her. She sent just as many after her. So,
It takes like a turn and because she's birthing a baby right now in her arms. Considering Angel just passed off the child.
return to my mother with all of these notes in tow. As colorfully as the two of you choose to write them.
I'm also going to remind you something. You know those earthquakes that were happening, I don't know, 2 years ago?
Avery, Megan, can you pull the mic just?
Yeah.
Just,
Sorry.
No,
Sorry.
that it's getting
worse.
all you in.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's getting all your
First
breath.
of all, it's not getting all of my words. If it's like too far out, tell me if this is like perfect length.
this is perfect. Yeah.
That's just
Okay.
about perfect, yeah.
Right. So, I'm just going to let you know. You know those earthquakes that happened about 2 years ago now? All over Sablehearth and Sombrel, they were like these small little earthquakes where weird, creepy things came crawling up the ground.
Yes.
Put a stop to the people who made that happen.
You want to open up your room?
With all of the people
Yes.
here. People who aren't here.
Yes.
I don't know if you were told that before you left. But I have a question. When was the last time that it rained in Sombrel? The pink rains of Sombrel.
Somewhat recent.
I wonder why that is. I'm going to tell you right now. Should you need a harbor after you follow all of your evil doings, you decide to turn over your new leaf, hopefully after this situation, you may come find me, and I may be merciful.
Understood. Which, by the way, one of the more blatant guardsmen, though he has his helm faceplate down, retrieves a bag full of coin from his belt and drops it on the table in front of Venliel. And you can hear in a decidedly less posh voice, now that I've had the opportunity to see these people that you brought me here to find, you can take your fucking coin back. I'm not here to kill dragons.
Or not play. Fledgling, yes, but
And as he starts walking away a little more slowly, he very quickly doffs the armor with no care or couth for the nobles he's around. And as the armor drops away, what is revealed underneath is dark blue leather and hide armor meant for quick motion. There are belts with blades all along his legs and thighs. A not so subtle aroma of toxins in some pouches. As he's just walking calmly, brazenly, and openly away from this gathering of political figures. I won't even make anybody roll to note the obvious paid assassin that's just walking out of the building.
curious, would that count as an assassination attempt on my life?
I mean, he
I
even
think
the
it
assassin
would.
himself said he chose not to attempt, but that's me.
So he attempted not to kill God, or gods, or goddess. Confusion.
And he corrects, wasn't after you. It was after the purple girl.
V would smile. Before you leave, sir, care to point to your employer? I think it's that
So,
same guy.
Lifts a bird and then points it right at Finleal.
I gathered that much because he dropped the coin in front of Finleal.
Ask his mother.
Is Venestra going to rambunctiously escort him out? Pick up, throw.
No. I've got a better
he's
idea.
Okay. He's okay. The assassin's okay. He's chill. You knew
No,
what
I'm
time it
talking
No,
about
not the assassin. I want to hold person and then cast Dissonant Whispers along with Fear.
Oh, that's Violet. Violet's been protecting him the whole time.
On the assassin who's just walking off?
No, on Vinleal or whatever his name is.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna make this guy fear for his life more than he has. I'm gonna break his mind.
First of all, Violet protected Avery the whole time. She didn't care about anything else but protecting Avery.
Avery's gonna break this assassin, or this attempted murderer, because that's what he is.
Oh, actually, before I leave.
Not the assassin. The assassin isn't the attempted murderer.
Yeah.
Funny
Let me
enough.
know which saving throws I gotta roll for this poor bastard.
Right. So, old person is gonna be a Wisdom 18 save DC. All the while, I am.
Failure.
All right, and I am growing to the large size that my shapeshift allows to add to that intimidation factor. Now for fear,
Venestra says,
Venestra says V would get
up her armor
forming
onto her body as she'd walk over to said employer. Halcyon, where exactly did your mother live again?
Summerall, she can walk there. Bring her back.
She does live in Summerall. Oh, before I leave, one more thing. Turns around, face still completely masked up, and there are the subtlest twinges of emblems under the hood that he now has over his head. And you can now see clearly, without the armor, without the faceplate and everything. Very, very blatant half-orc, but very light-footed for being a half-orc. Insanely light-footed. He drops a couple more coin purses. And then rips up some contracts. You can mend those if you want to figure out who sent me to kill a Nicodemus and an Avery and a Ramsey. Kill or capture was the specific contract, I think. As the Cockney accent is getting dropped.
It wouldn't have worked.
ready for some more rolls.
No, he's fine.
Either
I need
way,
the name.
we're gonna call this my retirement. They say every assassin finds a target that just decides to make them quit. It's
wanna
fucking
know?
awesome.
I don't get to finish torturing him.
I'm letting you
by
know
all
that we
means, you can continue.
we apologize if you've ever worshipped Mistress. She's no longer in
Oh, he's talking about the cousin that's talking to us.
Oh no, she's talking about the assassin.
Oh,
She's talking
yeah.
to the assassin. She's like, sorry if you ever worship Mistress. Sorry.
Amira would mage hand up the contracts as V would vanish to go collect Halcyon's mother.
All right.
So
He check her name. Go ahead. Yeah, your next what? Your next what?
Your next roll is another DC 18 Wisdom.
For the Dissonant Whispers, I'm sure.
No, for the fear.
For the fear, right.
The Dissonant Whispers is next.
Natural 20, so manages to avoid the fear, but he's
All
already
right.
kind of afraid of the group around him.
Yeah, and Dissonant Whispers I'm going and casting at like level 7. So that's gonna be 96 and a Wisdom 18.
Vanessa said, "How about 2?" But I don't know what she means in
I'm assuming
reference.
another fear roll. 12, he fails, so now he's afraid. And then for the
Well, no,
Dissonant
that
Whispers,
that Wisdom 18 was for the Dissonant Whispers.
It was a Dissonant Whispers.
It was an attack save.
forcing it to be a 2.
Attacks.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh.
And that does 9d6 damage. I'll go ahead and roll that.
9d6.
Totaling 34 points of damage.
Right, so how do you want to do this?
As painfully as possible.
Then you know that he disappears from sight with Avery. This is
He
the
will go
person's
mad.
responsibility.
He will go slowly insane
This is the dinner
before falling still and quiet as his mind completely breaks.
DM, can I dimension this door? Can I dimension door this out of sight, out of mind, real quick?
So
Like,
that
in
it's
a different
not
room?
done in front of a bunch of political...
Yeah, I'm just gonna dimension door these two. Like, the who?
Certainly. And I will demify the description of this man's deserved demise, as you can see the vascularity and veins all across his head start to grow and then bulge and turn that ever so familiar shade of indigo that you know can get summoned forth with your magic, as they bulge further and past the limits of what the skin can handle, and they each begin to rip and burst and tear past his skin, his eyes beginning to leak blood and ichor, until, in a scream that he can't even lurch out from the sheer level of pain, and teeth fall from his mouth, he hangs his head as fluid now gushes from his lifeless form.
She's gonna pick up some of the blood.
That felt good.
I know how that feels.
I don't let loose like that very often.
Neither do I. I'm going to have so much fun when this woman gets here.
I'll let you have her. I had my fun.
I'm going to let Vanessa and Alcina have their fun. I'm just going to enjoy and serve up the feelings so I don't have to get my hands dirty. So if I have to get my hands dirty, we're in trouble.
As now from this chart, I'm just going to go ahead and run a big line through Vin Leal.
Oh damn! We don't know what the spritz does to him. Then, God damn it, he's dead.
The
There will be other
scribes
jackasses to
collect
use
the
that on.
gifts that you
She'll be
guys have
back.
gathered.
Vanessa will be back. It won't take her very long. It'll only take her 2 minutes.
Well, the perfume bottle's supposed to go to Halcyon's mom, so.
know.
Yeah,
but
the
she
scribes
doesn't have it in
collect
his
the
possession.
perfume bottle and everything,
Okay.
and are willing to be messengers for the mess.
Vanessa says we could revive him.
I have a question. Does the grandmother say, "Now everyone to the parlor. We're going to have ice cream"?
We could revive him and kill him all over again.
I mean, I could, but it's not nice to do on a solar solstice.
Not a solstice, but an aurora.
An aurora. Let us go return to the party so you can dance, or at least have dessert.
Does the grandmother have any hard candies? Boy, does she.
Butterscotch or hard caramel?
No, they're all in those strawberry wrappers
Oh, those things.
that are all inexplicably watermelon
I have
flavored.
never seen those at the store. They are exclusively in grandma's purses.
You have to get them from like I have to, I'll
Here's the plot
send
twist.
you
This is
a
a
link.
hobby. She makes them in the basement.
Okay, question, Joe. How long does it take Vanessa to get back with his mother? Considering that's the second time. And I'm gonna put those contracts back together so I can figure out who put out a.
Well, since you're going to use your, I'm assuming your Dark Traveler walkability or whatever, the thing does not take long. It does not take long because you don't need to know her specific location with that. You just need to know who she is. And
He gave
you
me her
arrive.
name.
You arrive suddenly, relative to location at least, daylight, living room. Actually, kind of, well, actually, per time zones, a little bit early morning. Living room. And there's this pompous-ass elven woman with altogether too many braids that are pulled so tight they look painful on her scalp, sipping tea.
What? That made my whole heart go.
Yeah, I'm sure a number of people know how much it hurts to just keep painful braids. It's like someone wants to pull your scalp from your head.
No, they get released. It's like the most relaxing thing in the whole
pushed
world.
someone's scalp from their head. Is that the same thing?
And she's just busy sipping tea as this fucking dragon woman just suddenly pops into existence in her fucking living room. I'm sorry, who the fuck are you? Gods? We have an interlope, don't we? We have runes to prevent teleportation inside of the...
Wait, Vanessa's typing.
Yes.
You would just approach her, and if any guards approach, then raise them fists, blast them back. Oh my god!
One guard approaches, gets his back blown out in the least fun way possible. The others, knowing who their bitch of a boss is, I'm going to roll to see who's foolishly loyal and who understandably backs out.
They're just like, God, this woman's finally getting
19 for the group. Let's just see if there's any stragglers. There's exactly one who tries to bum rush specifically Amira with a halberd.
Can V roll intimidation too?
Absolutely, yes. Which, as you teleport in, not like you're taking much time to focus in on it, but you do have a high enough passive perception. It's a nice house. Like, it's incredible. Gold trim fucking everywhere. Ancient stonework. It's all carved out of fucking marble and quartz. Beautiful stained glass windows everywhere. An unfortunate crimson stain on the carpet as you broke somebody's spine through their stomach. With a 34 intimidation, the one idiot who started bum rushing Amir with a halberd just drops it mid-run, doesn't even realize that he's still maintaining forward velocity and just trips over his own 2 feet, unfortunately ramming his face into the back spike of the halberd.
Idiot.
It's a 34. And now there's a little bit more crimson on a very nice carpet and a little bit of gray matter, unfortunately also coming through the new hole.
Fine.
Is she coming back?
Depends. What do you want to do with this woman?
Oh, that's intimidating. This is apparently what an angry and fighting Vanestra looks like in session.
He would just go and grab the woman and bring her back to the place.
Yeah. So, lit up blue eyes and everything, I'm sure, just while this is happening. This is...
Does it have, like, the overexposure, like, as her eyes move, like, the light kind of lag behind?
That'd be so cool. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this is a Buar Swami getting swarmed by attack dogs and a robot in the middle of the night while he was sleeping.
Anyway.
do we have
And
for
just
dessert,
in the
Joe?
complete confused shock. By the way, it is just it's ice cream, it's shaved ice, it's all cold stuff, which is understandable here. There's also, just because there's a number of other fucking mothers in the house. There's cobblers. There's the grandma spread everywhere.
Oh, cobblers. Oh yeah, ice cream with cobbler. Hell yeah! Please tell me that there's pear cobbler because we're this far north.
Yeah.
In case
Ah.
anyone didn't know the effect I was trying to think of, there's a GIF.
As I'm sure, either grabbed by the cuff of her blouse or by her fucking throat, suddenly arriving back in the dining room, this older elven woman sobbing out of pure shock, snot coming out of her nose, like sure she's gonna die from a demon summoned from nowhere, because this is a fucking 8-something foot tall dragon lady that is covered in fucking demon slayer level armor with horns just jutting out of her skull. This is horrifying to have happened so quickly.
I'm letting you know this is the point where Angel would ask the grandmother if there is an interrogation room I can buy in between her bites of cobbler at this point.
No, we didn't really do that.
Do you have a dungeon?
No.
How do you not have a dungeon?
We don't do that.
She looks over the mayor. Do you have a dungeon?
We have, not necessarily a dungeon, but we have a actually rather high up and quite cold prison.
Cold doesn't bother me. The question is, can they not hear him scream?
With the way we structured that prison, actually, the point is that everyone hears them scream.
So I'm
Quite
gonna
an
make
effective
this-
crime deterrent.
So, you want me to make this slow and painful and loud? Or do you want me this fast and painful and loud?
It's not up to me.
I'm
Dinestra
asking.
said B would release her in the dining room before vanishing again to go kill the foolish guards.
To go heal the foolish girl.
The only one, well, okay, yeah, the one you broke, healed fine. The one who landed on his own fucking halberd face first. You get there quick enough to revive him. Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
gonna like
half of his brains are on the ground.
This is the point she looks
It's
over at
fine.
Halcyon.
You just lost all your memories of middle school.
She's gonna look up at Halcyon. Halcyon, how do you want me to do this? Because I don't think I want Violet ever touching her body.
I am a paladin of the ever-bright dragon of the sun. Does that prison have a sunroof?
Yes.
The prison doesn't have a ceiling, just
It's got a
really
prison
high
yard.
walls. Any prisoner that we have with wings, we clip before they are submitted. Should they serve their time without issue, we have a cleric come by to regenerate the damage. But it is meant to be open and exposed. A lot of prisoners die of exposure, but those are for grievous offenders. We don't get many prisoners up here.
I wonder why.
Kind of a strong, if barbaric, deterrent. So, as you all make your way up toward this prison, which is
Mayor
simply
would
called...
get Halcyon. You could make her agree to an oath and contract.
What do you have in mind?
Ooh.
By the way, the prison is called the Birdcage.
Angel pulls out a bag of tools.
I think.
I'm assuming this is while you guys are walking toward that direction.
That's right, considering they wouldn't be back for the party. I want to dance. I'm sorry, I want to dance. I want to go handle this business and go dance.
Didn't expect you guys to confront Halcyon's mother this soon, but I also didn't expect legal shit to happen last. So that was pure RNG.
If any harm comes to Violet and anyone else you wish to include in the stipulations, the light ceases agonizingly. Basically, if you hurt anyone I love, anyone in this list of people, you'll die an agonizing death.
I know precisely where to put that contract. You see, my lord, Arlian, Everbright Dragon of the Sun, has gifted me with a certain spell that I can imbue my weapons with, even if they are, as he looks at your torturing kit, Angel, scalpels. Called Branding Smite. I will brand her with that contract.
Then I will write it as slowly as I can and you will sign it.
Oh, not you. This is not your mother. Respectfully. And he leans down and tenderly puts his hand under his mother's chin. It's time I spent some time with my family.
I'll stay with you.
Okay. So, for the sake of transitioning this momentarily to a bit of a cutscene, first of all, Angel, are you going to give him advantage on his torture tools check, since he's
Yes.
not proficient, or will you allow him to give you advantage? He would be using his branding smite for this if he's the one leading, hence his plan, but it depends on how convincing you are otherwise.
She looks over Halcyon for the first time. Halcyon,
Yes.
I will let you finish what I start.
Okay. Then since
And
it's
I will make her hand sign her full signature.
Since
I
it's a
just want to
double-
know why Avery was on the assassination list. What did he do to her?
You're a changeling, dude.
Changeling.
Ah,
I'm gonna say there were 30
And
changes
those
on that
contracts
list.
also weren't specifically assigned to him by her.
I'm letting you know that she's entrusting Venestra and Piper to put the contract back together and give the name to Venestra.
Oh, I've been mending them. I have mend as a band trip.
So we can figure out
Venestra
how that
said-
is.
Amira would get to gluing the contracts. Piper just bending.
Mending cantrip, 5 foot by 5 foot area. Boom, paper's back together.
So
yeah, mending.
I'm gonna look at Halcyon and I'm gonna say this. I will let you finish her. But she doesn't deserve your hands on her ever again.
Don't say it like that. I've been dealing with that for years.
I'm well aware.
Ugh.
And I've had to be your mother for the past 5 years. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, I have not asked for you to take that role, nor have I asked for anyone to replace that role. It's a
I
role
know,
that's
but-
essentially ruined for me. I would love to turn Violet into a mother, and hope that she's a better example. That's between you and me. I'm not going to tell her that yet.
If she stays around me, she won't have a choice.
Megan, phrasing, incest is strong here.
I get that. She means like an actually adoptive mother who takes care of them like she's supposed to, because you also have to understand Farah was her adoptive mom. I'm going to let you do this. Because you need this. And I will help you finish it. Should you stop. But I'm going to make her sign. by
Then
pulling
before
every
we
nail she
start,
has.
if you don't mind, I'm going to pray. Because if doing this will mark me for an oathbreaker, then I will leave you to it.
I'm gonna ask you. Just you. I'm neutral. I'm not lawfully good. Apparently. I'm the chaotic good half. If you really want someone to report a soul, I could ask Nicodemus.
Yeah, that's essentially her face when you picked her up. Names. Okay, he's going to briefly pray to see, even in vague, define response terms, if doing this will mark him for an oathbreaker.
He wants to torture. Angel does not want him to torture. Angel would need his signature at the end.
Doing torture and that kind of shit is Kaifion and Henniger's purview mainly. And also to some degree, Vistris.
Kaifion would have a problem with this situation.
I mean, she still took on all of the, she also still took on the domain of Estret, regardless. So that means she is still the patron goddess of assassins. But
But with more measured assassination.
Oh.
Notice that guy walked away.
it turned into more of like the mother from the Dark Brotherhood, the Elder Scrolls.
Okay.
So it's fucked up still, but it's a different kind of fucked up.
They still get tea on Wednesdays?
Okay. Even despite the confrontation that was made with Arlian by a certain angel being the purviews that he bears, he will not make an exception for this. He is a god whose values definitely tend toward his followers aligning with lawful good measures. And doing this would not fit that bill.
And she's going to ask Harley and bend down and kneel. Do you want my hand to finish this up?
You're going to ask Arlian?
Well,
Okay,
yeah.
make a religion check. This is not necessarily a summoning situation, so your answer may be more subtle than verbal.
I say a natural 20. Keep his soul pure.
Your answer responds as the light from the aurora grows more intense, almost manifesting itself in a gut feeling. That maybe it's not... It's best if he not even be present in the room.
Nestor says, Halcyon, what I'd personally advise, make her swear to a binding oath and be done with her and let her go. Mira said, reading over the contracts.
I can do that. What form the contract takes, at least per Halcyon's initial wish, was for it to be carved into her back, but that's apparently a little too barbaric, considering he's God.
And God said no.
At least for Halcyon specifically to do that.
I mean, you could ask just about any of us, and we'd do it.
She won't sign the contract until I make her sign the contract.
I can control her. I can make her.
You look at Angel. This has been happening for too long, and she has an offense against me now, and I need to handle this.
I will say this, actually, given precisely what's happening. Actually, yeah, this would be perfect for this. I need everybody to roll me a religion check.
I do have proficiency. Ew, I'm gonna use an inspiration because I don't want that natural 3.
jam.
21
better.
total.
All right, that's a soft 20 for me.
Venestra says 32.
Okay, 32, natural 20 for a modified what?
30.
Okay. Plus 30, plus soft 20, plus what for Amber?
21 total.
Plus for Avery.
Avery got a soft 20, I believe. And then for
Xanon. You wanna roll?
Xanon, yes.
16.
16.
16.
Okay.
Xanon, like a are we at 96? 96?
Okay.
Getting her to
22
agree to assign a
divided by
contract
5.
is not a non-issue because I can dominate person.
Yes, but I don't want to do it out of trickery. I want her to mean it.
Okay, given the individuals involved and the conflict involved, with this averaging out to I'm going to round that up to a 24.
I think I might actually show up.
Getting to that. There are 3 moons that hang in the sky. Euskia, Felicia Menno, and fuck. Brain just blanked out on the third one. Let me click on my calendar and remind myself.
I'm gonna go ahead and regain a spell slot because I've used a lot today.
Euskia, Felicia Menno, and Kamari. All 3 slowly start to turn a tone of crimson.
I just wanted to step back and lean against the wall.
The aurora, as you all look up into the sky, seems to almost twitch, stitch itself out, like you're more looking at a vascular system than a solar event. Even as close to the coast as you all are, the waves that crash, even at this distance, start to slowly more so gain the tone of a heartbeat.
The siren.
Peeling through the sky, you swear you see the motion of an eastern-toned dragon. There are no hair and no scales. It is
There's
stripped.
scale.
Oh, well, there's okay. Yeah,
Joe.
that's right. That's right. That's right. That's
She's
right.
different.
Different.
The hair is slicked with crimson and blood. The scales, brilliant and crimson in their color.
Black edges.
As it moving like a shadow and like a spirit through the sky, manifests, curling long and all the same still off-putting hands over your shoulders, Angel. Her hands moving down your arm over your wrist, over the scalpel, whispering in your ear like a devil over your shoulder.
It's yours to kill.
More the beast with a contract. For she is beast, not mother.
Going to do exactly as she's told.
The blood she spilled for life was not, but poison. So poison we shall return. A black ichor drips down your fingers and down the scalpel like a tattoo needle.
You mean the butter knife?
Whatever implement you're choosing to use for this surgical procedure.
We use butter knives, Joe.
I know that you sharpen to the sharpness of a scalpel, but either way,
It's more intimidating to see a butter knife that's sharp cuts through the skin.
Amira would raise an eyebrow at Angel. What are you doing?
Amira can also see this goddess currently guiding Angel's hand. And there's the slowest turn. Blood slicking the hair, dripping down from it. Do enjoy the show. With a nightmarish, almost supernatural spirit twist, the head just snaps back to attention to the task at hand.
I'm going to write it as she's talking.
And screams ring down from atop this mountain next to the town like an inverted amphitheater, the open cage alone acting like a speaker as everything beneath is bathed in a sound of suffering. Given the night and the god at your side, I won't have you roll for your torturous tool check.
Do I make her sign it?
As she says yes, Kaifion's arm reaches down to Halcyon's mother and dislocates her shoulder and her elbow and her wrist to make her sign it into her flesh with her own hand.
Is the goddess from a different plane of existence? She's the goddess of blood of this world?
She is the goddess of lovers and assassins.
Let me go ahead and scroll up to Divine Pantheon. Kaifion, the dragon goddess of the Crimson Dusk. She is the patron goddess of assassins, of secrecy, of tortures. She is one of the evil divines of the Pantheon.
And forlorn mothers.
Yeah. And she replaced Estret, the bleeding dragon of secrecy.
And Estret was evil, like to the point where she would even torture the children.
Yeah. In this case, not. While it is an evil goddess, there is an essence of motherhood to it, where she will appear for a purpose, and she won't go rogue from that purpose, necessarily.
She also will teach her children and let them be children.
We like her. Essentially, Venestra. We like her.
We put her there.
This was Quaifion, or whatever. Quaifion.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is a tab in World Info called Divine Pantheon. You're going to get the names of all of them.
I see it. The spelling is just so weird. It didn't quite match up with what I thought I heard you say. So. Gotcha. That's why.
She looks up.
Yeah, she replaced the one god up there that is crossed out.
Ah.
The strip was causing problems in season 1.
And that third one on that evil is
Piper.
Is the Cosmo's
Piper did it.
goal.
Yeah.
I cut off Estret's head, and her head is now hanging on my wall.
It bleeds.
It was a complicated session involving a lot of really highly powerful magics to make that happen.
She was already dying as it was. She couldn't stay alive for that much longer. Her flesh was so bare and open.
Mm-hmm.
She had mutated her own purpose.
Got a question. What does the bold indicate on this Divine Pantheon list?
The bold indicates the sort of the big three in sort of at least the trio
They're
that are
gods in other
siblings
places.
and also respectively the sort of king or ruler gods of their respective alignment.
Okay.
So in this case, Merphis being the king of the neutral dragons, Volk being the king of the good dragons, Vistris being the queen of the evil dragons.
Got it. Okay.
Or dragon gods in this case, but I digress. They are also respectively equivalents to Tiamat, Bahamut, and I forget the name of the crystal neutral dragon, who I believe originally is ruby in color.
I wasn't actually god.
Sardior, yeah.
He's the equivalent of Sardior in this pantheon.
Looks over at After it's done, does Angel's eyes turn back to normal?
Yes. In the moment the contract finishes signing, as, by the way, each wound is not left to bleed but heals after each wound is carved and made open into a gnarly-ass looking scar. The moment it finishes and the contract is signed, the moons return to their normal color, the aurora returns to its brilliance rather than its vein-like structure. Kyphion is just gone. And Halcyon, as he made his way out of the prison per recommendation, is sitting there with a somewhat displeased but at the same time thankful look on his face, like he wanted to be an actor in that, but it would not have been good for him.
I think the sun got to burn her back with the sun itself. The one thing that Angel's going to do is she's going to force feed her the bad luck potion.
And force feed her you do in her shock and pain. She's not really putting up much resistance. Also, Kyphion's presence made sure that was the most painful version of that it could have been.
If you hurt us, it will go poorly for you. She will come for you.
As she drinks that point of visual note, as this is now for the first time put on display, the effects of both of these concoctions, particularly the Wither concoction. You notice between her legs a rather large amount of oily black discharge gather.
Ooh. Ugh.
As she lets out a groan of primal pain, as something inside of her liquefies and
Mira
dissolves.
would look at Angel disapprovingly. Why?
I did this for Halcyon. And only she will know the effects of the bad luck. Not her family, just her. You give it to them with the will of what you want to happen. They will feel pain on their family. They will learn from what she has happening to her now. And a string will come. Well, that Cal and Kyphion will come for her at the end of her days.
Halcyon does make his way back up into the prison to confront his mother, actively averting his eyes from the contract that was made upon her back.
Angel
Mother,
puts a robe over her.
when you go home, you will wait patiently and politely for me to arrive with Violet, whenever so I should choose to do so. And when we arrive, you will vacate without conflict. Is that understood? When I go to claim my inheritance, you denounce your presence within it. Tortured as she is, she nods.
Remind me what the name of the elf I killed was. I need to write it in my notes.
Yes. Vinliil. VIN''Liil.
Thank you.
I'm gonna end up having a kid with that woman after this.
As we're going to smash cut back to the parlor.
I cannot wait. I want to know what the name is on that contract. As Angel and them are walking back now.
Oh, has she signed her name?
She had to. No, the name on the contracts against Avery.
Yes. So against Avery and against Ramsey as well as Nicodemus. Not a name, but a title. The Onyx Devil.
We went from a blue one to a black one. B is still at the Halcyon.
Given your
family
own
home.
religious knowledge, no devils nor devil-adjacent things actually fit that bill, so this is some ostentatious title that a mortal has taken.
Great. Gordon had freaking.
Gordon wasn't mortal.
I know, but he had an underling.
Gordon was specifically an Oni.
Who's a demon? So, I would like a little bit of brevity, as she says, as she cleans off all of her clothes from all the blood. I would like to have a little bit of brevity. She says, stretching her wings out a little bit, knowing that that probably is doomed her to her next child being from Calfian.
You are promptly given a apparently recent mix, as Violet's grandmother points out, of a tiramisu ice cream.
Yum! I need to talk to the mayor for a moment. You see Violet pull across the mayor to the side.
To be fair, we haven't really used that prison in a while.
Sorry.
Must have been a kind of a rough night for those waking up to that noise. But it is what it is.
I need to inform you.
Sorry if the bars were a little rusty.
I do need the Violet pulls across aside the mayor. It's not Angel, it's Violet. I need to inform you why the entire city hates me.
Okay.
Misplaced belief in nepotism?
No.
Wait, so I have a question. So, was Vin Lil not actually the one who had paid to...
No.
Vin
So he
Lil,
was just a prick, and...
he was a dick, yeah.
He got his in over his head and he started threatening people with money. Because he thought that the grandmother would be able to threaten everybody. They had paid to kill Violet.
To be fair, had he been left alive, you guys definitely would have found out some reasons for him to die. He had plenty on his plate.
Did a good job. So, as Violet pulls this one aside, I know why the city is mad at me.
Particularly weaponized gentrification was one of his favorite tactics, but we'll get into that when you dig more into Halcyon's family.
My father was an Aasimar. Okay, Seer.
No, a lot of people said he had fire in his eyes. I didn't think that was literally.
He took a piece of every building in this entire city and turned them into a shield.
Bit of vandalism I'd have to write him up for, but I don't see it as a reason for everyone to hate him.
What did,
I'm not done. He stole a vampire's coffin with dirt in it, which is where the vampires came. And the demon that ate my uncle and caused them to hate our entire family because of destroying his insanity. My father stole the quill of the demon.
That explains a few things. Forced?
Forced him to do it.
Gods don't force. You can say no at risk of becoming fallen.
Yet we fell 3 times.
By the way, basic level of intelligence and religion. Knowledge of how Azamar work is not something someone casually knows.
How does she know that? Does Violet get curious at that, considering she's been around Angel for too long?
I mean, again, with pointing that out.
Can I get
That is a very
check,
curious
please?
statement.
Can we run an insight
By all
check,
means, roll an insight check.
Violet rolled it at 20 today. Ugh! We're gonna get a nat 1 on our next conceivable roll. No.
Apparently Discord has a roll 20 activity now. Might be worth checking that out. Sorry, that's off topic, but also on topic.
Nat 20. The tone and sort of casual ease with which she says it, says she is familiar with it. Not just like, oh, hey, I read a book somewhere. It's, personally familiar with that function.
So you're fallen?
Fallen?
You've fallen from grace.
I said too much, didn't I?
I live around a goddess. And 3 of them are already Azamar.
I'd rather not do this in front of people. Can we step aside, please?
Yes, we can step aside. I can't. She's carrying the. Right now, she's carrying the Layborn on her shoulder like this. Rocking the baby. She's rocking a baby.
She tries to find an outside hall, but mostly lets you lead as you're more familiar with this house than she is, despite being the mayor of the town.
She leads you to her room, where there's quiet. Where the baby will fall asleep easier.
V would be going through the process of taking over whatever house Ian's mother's place was.
If I recall specifically, I mentioned that the mayor had been, when you first encountered her, mentioned playing with some things that your nose specifically picked up as foreign. As she sighs and lets her wings out, they are full and black as a raven's.
Nice to see Henniker has reach.
If it was Henniker, these would be rust-colored,
Maybe
darling.
rust-colored. Chance.
And as she lets those wings out, it's almost like opening a jar of pickles with the amount of pungent aroma that peeks through, and her entirety screams of foreign magic. Her whole person.
Is it to cover the smell?
It seems when she hides her wings, she also hides that presence.
Is it death?
Akito.
She did mention in very slight passing that she knew of him.
Prestidigitation spam time, got it.
So you know the Raven.
I know she who blessed me.
So you know the Raven. One of Angel's children is a Layborn and a Lightborn born to the deities from there. Like a gray child almost. His eyes are white and body's halfway black. Like an ombre almost. With black feet. They're cute. We're born angel
Yes.
child.
I've known the Dusk Maven all my life. So I knew, in passing, Angel's father. I knew she had purposes for him. I was not tasked to him. But this place, this area is a place of foreign peoples. All of it.
That's very true.
So it's only natural that some of us would make our way here.
You did see the port child, yeah?
I saw them.
You need not be afraid of talking to them.
I'm not afraid of talking to them, I just have no reason to. No offense to anyone.
We might need some
If
guidance.
my lady decides that I have purposes with Angel's kin, then I will act on that purpose.
How do I fix this? They hate me for things I didn't do. I can fight the turtle. We can bring the turtle down, but it won't make them stop hating me.
How do you get them to reject the emotions of the dead?
You release the dead.
There are no real pieces of undeath here.
Okay.
At least not while I'm here. An undeath would love to spawn from every little piece and splinter of that ship. Believe me. Every bit of it that's still here.
Well, I mean, I can get every single soul inside of something if you need.
It's not souls, it's motion. Emotion, latent as it is, acts like glue to souls when they go. If it's strong enough, if it's unresolved, undeath will follow in its wake. And when this town was being built, it had to be done so quickly to avoid people freezing so very quickly. Proper funerals were never done. Not for anyone. And some people were able to move on. Some were. Quite a few were. Circumstances, as they were, Arleon allowed them to move. So did Holosix.
Do I bring him back to ask him why? If it were you, it was your dad.
That's up to you.
Would you,
But
if it was your dad, would you bring him back to ask him if he loved your mom?
my father is not worth discussing. But You want to figure out how to solve this. To calm all of those latent emotions, that unfinished work, that frustration, that freezing cold, that spite toward those with more fortune. And when they were the ones doing the building. Charity.
I can give them all the charity.
What is the most common forms of charity in death? A pair of coins for the ferryman.
Okay.
The ship's manifest is still somewhere in town. Find it. Find out how many people were recorded on that manifest to have died during the process of building the town. 2 coins for each. And burn those coins in a pyre. I can't do it. It's not my job. After all, their wrath was aimed toward those more fortunate. It must be done by them.
Can we move over to Avery and them because I want them to dance?
Yeah. Moving
Like,
back to the parlor. So, Avery and Aiko, you're all in the parlor. Music is starting to gather up. People are starting to mingle and enjoy themselves. And just generally kind of shake off the unearthly screams they were hearing come from a little mountain peak by the town. Trying to shake off the jitters, in a sense.
Well, this has turned into quite the unusual gathering, but I think we can shake it off by the dance.
Every gathering's unusual for me, babe. I haven't been able to get out and do much of anything.
I know, I'm so sorry I haven't been able to find it yet. I want it for both of us.
Right now,
both of us.
Right now, I don't care about the cure. Right now, I need you to put one hand on my hip, one on my hand, guide me through a dance that I can't hold myself up through, and make up for some time that you didn't come to see me. Please.
Yes. Absolutely yes.
Okay.
I would lead her straight onto that dance floor. Wow, this might be the first time I've rolled a performance check for something other than, you know...
Your DC is raised because you are trying to dance with someone who is actively injured,
right.
But
it's fine. I don't have a low performance. It is I rolled 14 and I have a plus 10, so it's a 24.
24, absolutely. It's a smooth, gentle waltz, as a lot of the music itself in tone. It's not crazy. It's honestly very flowy and very... It feels like it almost brightens the room. It seems to almost, in its own way, trace along the movements of the aurora that are naturally peeling through the sky and making their way into the parlor here. In spite of yourselves, and keeping this moment to yourselves, keeping focused on each other, noticing not but each other, outside of your periphery, a bit of attention is noted with the gentleness of your dance by many attending, be they guards or officials. A little bit touched by the notion and then themselves following suit. So,
none of them are put off that this is a character that was just earlier one of the most terrifying things in the room.
most of these, most of the people present are in one way or another a type of warrior, so they really don't give a damn. All right. And with an average for the room following suit with performances of 17, not bad by any stretch, as many of them start to join in, and the motion of the room starts to itself, in a way, dance. So, with this, people will also, as they move about, begin to mingle. So while you have the moment to dance with Aiko, what is Xanon doing?
Oh, Xanon's girlfriend's already wanted to dance. She's out there too
Oh,
with
yeah.
her dress.
She's there with her dress. She's definitely wanting to dance something a little more energetic, but the music that's playing won't allow for a fucking salsa.
What type of music is playing?
Right
Slow,
now-
like waltz.
Yeah.
What I picture is like what you hear on the merry-go-round, but that's probably not it, but it's what I'm hearing in my head.
Kind of. With a little bit more gentle flow flowed into it and a lower tempo, but yeah, it's very flowy.
I guess I would just dance with them.
I want to dance faster than this. It's annoying going this slow. Although, I know a way we could go faster, but we'd have to leave this parlor and all the ice cream. We'd have to find a closet.
Closet.
I like the way you think.
He does know where the closet is. He walked into it once. He does know where the closet is.
Gotta be careful, though, because I kind of like this dress. I don't want to ruin it, and I also don't want to ruin your armor, so we gotta figure out a way.
Gotta take it all off first.
Amira would perk up, her business sense is tingling.
Does this place have a... Is this on the bottom floor of the house?
It is on the bottom. Yeah. You did say it was on the bottom floor, right?
Yeah.
Let's go outside for a minute.
Outside? It's a little nippy out there.
There's plenty of bush to stay warm together.
All right. Let's go.
I'll just escort her with her arm wrapped around mine. And as soon as I assume no one's watching.
Yeah.
No one's paying attention.
Roll a performance check.
Let's see. $16.
I forgot this machine don't make wins, so.
16 total?
Total.
In a shock of motion, not only did her suggestion lead as you ventured outside, but so does she with a natural 20.
Wow!
You are taken aback as you are laid on your back, and I will not go further into that as there is a cut to black.
Wow,
We are
that
not
was
orange.
impressive. Good job.
So,
We are not the orange website.
DM, can Violet ask Nestra something as soon as she gets
Certainly, yeah, if you guys would like to interact with each other.
back? She looks over at Piper and to Venestra. I know that you guys asked me if I wanted to revive my parents, but I told you I didn't, and now I do because I need to make sure my father and my mother loved each other at least before they die, because I don't think I'm ever going to know if they loved each other if he just saddled me with this bullshit to be able to fix it.
Well, if you don't want to permanently bring him back, just enough God's questions, the next person he would get.
Amira looked at Violet, nodding. Venestra was off claiming a place.
Yeah, she's
Okay.
claiming Halcyon's house for him, getting it.
He's like, this is my bitch. This is mine. My bullshit.
I'm truly excited. This is no longer.
No more. No more sweat. No more about things. No.
The impaled halberd man is revived, and suddenly the hole in his forehead just...
It's amazing what the human brain can do without the frontal lobe.
She looks over at Halcyon. Should I bring him back? He's like you.
Bring him back.
You would put him
I'm
back
not an
under his
Azamar, darling.
thumb.
I am a paladin.
I get that.
Sir, it's called asking your partner for advice.
Azamar is a race, not a...
Yes, I know. I know. Revive him. Do you need to go that far to communicate with him? There are other means of communing with the dead. Particularly if he's okay being dead.
I don't know if he's okay being dead. I don't know if anybody's okay being dead.
I mean, Angel or Piper here likely could revive him. Once he's back, we could just speak to his essence and have his corpse.
That's a question of, do you know where he's buried? Or where he was burned?
Yes, I know where he's buried. Maybe I'll put the tree near it. That's why there's a giant tree.
Do you want to exhume your father's body to speak with his corpse?
No.
There is something to be said about respecting the dead and gone. And forgive me, maybe this is just my sunny optimism. Maybe your father did love your mother, and he was just put in a complicated situation that itself had no influence on his love for her.
I mean, we did ask that guy, giant guy, if questions, and then he became bones again. Maybe that could work. And they're forced to tell the truth, if I remember correctly.
I mean, I could go to
Per the function of that spell, not necessarily. Just as long as they don't distrust who they're speaking to, they're less inclined to lie. They may still do so.
I can go to the armory if I want to. I still have one wish left.
You want mine? Just grabs her coin. You want it? I don't wish for shit. I also still have my gin wish. And she pulls out her lamp from forever ago. So wish on it. I have wishes. Do you want one? You can have it. I don't need it.
I want to speak to him in the armory if my mother is with him. I want to know if Gaesir let him have her in death at least.
So which do you want to use? You're just holding the coin and the
I think
little
we save the Genie wish in case something happens to one of your kids again. Because that was absolutely terrifying.
Speaking
Not doing that
with
again.
the dead or the dead and revived can be a weighty decision.
I'd rather go to the armory.
To speak with a god.
No. Because that's where they go when they die.
The armory is the haven of Gaesir.
That armory. Right.
He's just gotten out of his smiting. I don't know what he's going to do next. But I prefer Angel make the wish for me so I can go.
You wish to go there to speak with your father?
I want to know if that man gave him my mother in death. Or if he doomed her to be alone again.
Coming from the token religious man. Heaven is a little more complicated than that.
Don't give me that.
They needn't go to the same place to be together. Not what I meant.
They're still together.
My point is they may be beholden to different heavens. That doesn't mean they can't join each other.
You know, it's like visitors' rights.
Angel looks at Halcyon and goes, "That's not how it works."
It's alarming
Wait,
how
so
many
you're saying
things
that-
in the heavens are flexible.
One of
So wait,
that.
heaven has conjugal visits, is what you're saying.
Conjugal visits would be for a prison.
Amir amused. I wonder if we could just walk there.
To the armory? Probably.
I
Industrial
mean,
spot.
the various heavens are planes of existence. You could. You really could.
Angel, like, I have to stay here and host this, so I'd prefer you to go with Venestra. And I want you to tell him if he hurts you, I promise that I will rain hell on him again. That's all I can really do. She looks over at Violet. She's like, you can tell it's like, this is my mom. This is like my consummate mom. Like, I haven't had a mom in a while. She's like, but Angel, I need you. And she's like, no, you don't need me. You're fine. I'll be here when you get back, because we still have to plan to go talk to that dragon. But I have to run my own situation.
Also, I kind of owe Will Sony something, so I have to stay here with Angel anyway. For reasons, and pulls out another perfume bottle. Don't ask.
She looks over at Nicodemus. You technically don't have to be here. Would you go, please, as a wait for me?
You want me to go to heaven, babe? Yeah! You want me to go to heaven, Levy?
Yes. But
I almost called you babe. I'm so sorry.
In character.
I want you to take Violet to go see Gastier, and you get to play the heavy for me.
I'm almost also tempted to just sit back and watch. We don't need to get into an argument with a god every time we see him. I'm just saying.
I'm not saying that, but I want you to tell me how things are affected, considering I did give him back his person.
I will keep note, alright? I already am the heavy.
I get that you're the heavy, but I'm the secondary heavy, and this was my smiting, not yours this time.
Look at me. He kneels down to your level and puts your chin under his index and middle finger. You're cute when you're flustered. He kisses you on the nose.
Here.
Walks off. So I guess we're going somewhere. Yes, we're
What's
going
Venestra with
somewhere.
that?
Apparently.
Does anybody know if Venestra? What if
She should
Venestra?
be back here in a minute.
When should she be back? What if she did? Because we
She's
don't know what
taking over
she's
the
doing.
house.
Well, do we, the characters, know?
Yeah.
We, the player. Oh, okay.
She did say she'd be back.
I know she said she'll be
Okay.
back. She didn't really say
Amira would have
it.
said it.
Then while
Amira
waiting
would've
for
said
that
it.
voyage, or that voyage, so to speak, back with, back with Avery, since Avery's in the midst of a dance. Is there anybody you would like to interact with? Anything specifically you'd like to go into with Aiko?
I'm ready to wrap up.
For
my
him, at
brain,
least.
my brain's about done.
A bit tired
Okay.
for over there. You
Mhm.
guys are past
12:09.
midnight yet. Okay, fair, totally understandable.
You can wrap up. You want to wrap up for Avery at least you can, so they can go off and do their thing.
Yeah, we can go off and we're probably not gonna do anything too active. Just enjoying each other.
Lie
He-
down and sleep together.
Avery would probably kind of talk and explain some of his new specialties. And I mentioned in general, I don't know if you saw it, it would probably might bring up maybe fashioning a mechanical exosuit for Aiko that could at least help her move a little bit, but maybe even
very
enhance
fun
whatever.
route for diving into that artificer class.
And whatever, it could also even enhance whatever powers she has. I don't know what powers she has. She has something. She adventured with Avery for a while. Long time.
Yeah. It's a little bit of an Elric Brothers situation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Sorry.
She's kind of in the Alphonse
Edward!
position, except she's keeping her body.
Sorry. I'm sorry you said Eric and all I could hear was Edward. God damn it.
Edward,
Ethan.
Big Brother Ed.
Big brother.
Brother Ed.
Ah!
Worst Father of the Year award goes to...
Oh
The
no!
worst husband of the year award.
For real. The best father and best husband died in that show.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which really sucks.
Did you see my... Look, this is the picture of my daughter. Fuck, man.
He was such a doting
She
dad.
turned 3 today.
Great. All right. But yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna talk.
Yep.
We're gonna dance and talk, and I'm gonna go
Cuddles.
to bed.
Go sleep.
Yeah,
Go sleep.
cuddles.
Being a dad has never been easier. Now I can just take my daughter on walks.
Oh fuck!
Oh, you.
Bad Joe. Bad.
Joe rolled for something. I don't know. That was too
He's the DM right now. That's the worst
putting-
part.
you know what? You know what the worst part is that I could hold that for next week when I'm in.
You're right.
Do it.
Don't you dare.
You-
I will remind her.
I am encouraging her to do that. That was horrible.
Or it gets worse. I come in here.
Oh my god.
Hola.
Bye.
Como estas?
Frick knows when to leave.
And he's back.
He's back.
He's back.
Yeah, I never like leaving on that note.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
you
wasn't
said
a note.
So, Joe.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the end of their night, right? They go and they
That-
go do cute things.
Yeah, they take some time to reconnect and catch up.
Y'all have a good night now.
Good night.
Have a good morning.
Yeah, that. Bye.
Depends on the time zone, frankly.
Doesn't matter about time zone. It's always a good morning.
Good morning, good evening, and good night.
That's fair.
So much chaos. We're not there yet.
Oh, we've been there.
So, where are we at, Joe?
So,
Vanessa back?
good question.
What was the question?
Let's see here. Vanessa chat.
What
is
does
active.
Vanessa do?
Okay, so do you guys want to take a magical walk up the stairway to heaven?
Vanessa has now claimed the entire place, and now everyone is loyal to her, I think, is what she's saying.
Essentially, clear out the garbage before giving the keys to the new house. She's the real estate agent.
Yeah.
All I imagine is her just walking in with her eyes just like, as the tallest person in the room, just going, and now.
I have no
look,
choice but to turn my nose up to everybody. They're all so short.
And she takes a giant deep breath with like, the dragon nostrils. The stuff comes out, like the fire comes out of the nostrils. And now you will all listen to me.
Piper's still not shrunk down, but she's going to, because she's always wanted to look Finestra in the eyes and go, I can see you eye to eye.
When she gets back.
Yeah, when Vanessa gets back, she's like,
Okay,
I'm glad-
does Vanessa essentially claim the place for Halcyon?
And that would be easy enough to do.
What does she roll for that?
yes, and V would return.
Yes.
In terms of, like, I mean, you don't really have to do much cleanup for the place. It is a very well-kept building.
Oh, when I meant garbage is super loyal guards and shit.
Although I would say, as the first person kind of exposed to this environment, it is very much, in essence, a lord's fortress. There are parapets, there are places for ballista, there is a dungeon here, multi-layered dungeon, which among some of the things that you do have to clean up, some very old bones. But yeah, it is very well kept. Ungodly gaudy. This place drips wealth and flaunts it in the same breath and in every angle that you look in your periphery. I will go into further detail when the group at large shows up there, but we'll get to that later.
We gotta
get
have.
back?
Yeah.
She get back.
As you return, the next notion on the motion is apparently... Yes.
Piper wants to walk up to Vanessa. Finally, we see eye to eye. And then shrinks down.
Angel's sitting there giggling. It's the best. That was the best. The best thing all day.
Come on, I gotta make somebody laugh.
As she shoos all the kids off to bed.
Hold on, love, really quick, I got you. Nick runs over and lifts you up, Angel, high above his head so that you're as close as he can get to Vanestra's eye level with your face.
And then she boops Vanessa on the nose.
Yeah, you're still a little bit short even with Nick's arm span.
She still boops her. Boop.
What does Vanessa say? It's like, I want to know what she says to Piper, just staying as told. Good to see you too, Piper. Angel?
And then runs away.
Piper just shrinks back down. Okay, now I have got some Wilsoni favors I have to...
Now, if I let my older children dance with their girls and boyfriends, slash fiancés. Yeah. Considering I can't even get married, so they can't get married. This is really depressing.
Piper is just waiting for some random ass person to approach her in a drunken, rude fashion, so she can spit them.
It is not that late in the night. We are waiting. We're still drinking. There's drinking going on.
Some of these, various staff members have decided that it's a decent enough time to maybe get fucked up enough that they can get dragged off by their friends in a cart back to where they need to go.
Your mother's place has been secured now. What is it?
We wanted to go to the armory. Would you like to take us?
You get to meet the god of war here.
I have recruited someone to come with us. She basically puts her arm around Nicodemus. What?
There's a random brick. Brick, go to bed.
Go to bed.
Go to bed. Vanessa says, very well, let us be off.
Yes.
Okay.
I can't wait to see Vanessa be eye to eye to the god of war.
Oh my god.
So
she's so tall.
As you all
Just gonna listen while I get ready for bed is what Brick said.
Begin to kind of venture through that ever so familiar motion bleed that you've gone through when you've walked with Vanessa like this. You're very used to doing it in the abyss.
This is Nick's second time.
Yeah.
He's like, oh.
You're very used to doing it in the abyss. There was always kind of like a weird downward feeling when you were doing it in the abyss. But now it's almost like you're walking in an elevator. There's a downward force that's just coming from the velocity of it. And even as there's this motion bleed that's happening, you feel yourselves kind of moving through clouds. You feel that rush of humidity quickly appear and dissipate. You, in the briefest moment, feel yourself in line and among the aurora, the lines moving through the space that you're walking by, And then even as that color bleeds, suddenly it gets brighter and more orange, more intense. The smell of metal, oil, burning charcoal enters into your nose, but not in this horrid and hellish sense, but in a sort of like a being present in like a in a mechanics garage for those characters that are familiar with that technology, or amidst a fire pit, a barbecue, a raucous gathering of warriors in an encampment. That sort of aroma, that feeling, that air gathers all around you. And suddenly, as space and air clears, you find yourselves in an ever and infinitely stretching open field. Dotted encampments, longhouses, Greek-esque temples,
Changed.
all gathered and scattered around, some organized, some set to banners, colors, some gathered encampments look similar to some books about the ancient human militaries that Griffin showed you. As some of those technologies still remained and were in use, potentially, in the Sunrise Rebellion. All around various sort of fantastical and modernized eras of military, just gathered around like houses in an ever-expanding city. Some people gathered in commerce. On closer inspection, some of that commerce just being fighting, each and every person with a smile on their face, like testing each other's skill from the various eras they're a part of.
Angel said there was blood and fields.
There is some of that as well. It's not a dominating presence.
Not like it used to be.
Yeah.
Love is a powerful thing.
There's an almost joyous expression of combat ever present here. There is still some, in some places where you look, a presence of the almost very spiritual essence of the ever-oppressive military machine and that kind of thing. This is a neutral god, after all. There's good and bad here in terms of what war creates. And there's even some tents that seems like they're devoted to the various eras of medical development. As if even medics in war were granted a place up here.
Does Nicodemus remark on how it's changed? Because he came with Angel the last time to the armory.
This is notably less,
Bloody.
notably less fucked.
I agree.
And you can still see, like, one thing that is incredibly ever-present in terms of repeating visual. There are fires everywhere. They are not out of control. There's pyres, there's campsites, there's torches and braziers, and there are various kinds of firelights and beacons everywhere. As the night as the sky sort of almost in respect to being able to make notice of that light it's constantly stuck in sort of a hanging twilight. And in particular, one moon that you make plain note of, Felicia Menno, larger here by easily 20 times than what it is in the material plane. The burning ring around it, an ever-present arc through the sky here. But then the arc is moving. And just barely you can see the larger moon itself twisting. flits of it closer to you in the sky, flits of it further away, and you wonder if maybe this place actually drifts along that ring itself. As if a heaven is suspended in that fire.
Interesting. So where is Geesir? She looks over
Well,
at Nicodemus.
as you all take a moment to take it in and you look over at Nicodemus, you instead find standing right in front of Nicodemus, full armor, rippling muscles, and fire wreathed across all his body. Right. So, what are some living interlopers doing in my domain?
I'd like to ask why he screwed up my father's life.
No. Violent. Should have known you from catching your smell. Well, for the foreigners that don't know me, he suddenly wreathed in intense fire and turns into the form of just a dragon completely made of flame. Geysir, ever-burning dragon god of war. Now then, as he returns back to a humanoid state, his fare is still
Sinestra.
alight in flame. I know her
Sinestra.
name. I know the name of anyone who fights. You're a little old for your name to be so new on my lips. But then, you are foreign.
How rude.
She's not here. She's with me.
I was not even here, and I'm just like, how rude.
How rude!
How rude!
How rude!
You're so old for a new name. What?
The implication being
Vanessa-
that usually
Mister says,
fighting happens younger for them.
"Is that a problem?"
Not at all. Not at all. Zeri was built on foreigners. Except for the Gith. I've known them for a while. I would say come along and follow me to the longhouse, but he snaps his fingers and then suddenly as there's an almost explosive blast of fire in front of everybody, you find yourself in a quaint, if isolated, banquet hall. Little braziers and sort of copper latent fire lanterns hanging from the ceiling. And a feast, various kinds of liquor at the ready.
He has a hound now, right, Joe?
Yeah. Hound is nowhere at the moment to be seen. But you can see a sort of steadily regenerating dog bowl that is full of just fresh cut and bloody meat.
Ooh. For a dog, that sounds great.
Oh my God, where's the food?
If I was a dog, yes.
I understand your point. Being a god, I understand why you do it. I understand why you did it.
Well, you wouldn't be here if you understood it.
Well, I kinda do. Don't take me for such a fool.
I'm not taking you for a fool. I'm taking you for a mortal with questions. There's nothing wrong with that. I've had clerics made under my purview for less.
I understand why you got rid of the quill. I understand why you took the dumbass vampire situation. Evil is evil. If you can contain it, you can put it away somewhere.
I'm also not strictly good.
I know that you're not strictly good, that's why there were side effects.
These are tools. And they have
That's right.
purposes.
I get that. And I also understand why Angel was disappointed. I thought I'd never understand it. Why she would get mad at you.
All of my kin have gotten mad at me for one reason or another. War is war. It's made on disagreements. Also, this is not the appropriate soundtrack for this guy.
You made my family kind of a laughing stock? Kind of a point of contention. And yes, I understand the rise above that has to happen for all families. But I didn't even think I'd live. And now I have to make a decision if I want to join the person who actually helped me out of it. But I don't, you know what bothers me the most is I don't know if he loved her. If he loved me.
You don't know if they loved you or each other.
No.
Do you have any idea how many wars have been fought over love?
Yeah.
It's also said, and not without reason, that love is a battlefield. They had moments where they doubted each other, as any strong couple does. But love each other. They built a fire in that. And it burned in them both. With or without Amora's presence to guide it. They loved each other, as here they still do. And they've been watching you, Violet, for a very long time. In horror at where you went, in pride at what you did with it. They're proud of you now.
Not ready to see them yet.
No. Nor they you. Not out of a lack of want. And you have every right to be.
I'm angry at you. But I understand why you
Not
did
the first time a mortal has been. And I understand it.
I wasn't angry at Merphis for not telling me, though. I wasn't.
His whole job is to be the king of neutrality. Kind of the main reason he didn't tell you.
His whole job is to take and measure people on who they are. Which is what a tempest is.
His job is a number of jobs. As are all of ours. Merphis is my king. And in essence, my father.
I don't know how comfortable I am with that.
My kin and my father. What?
Kin and father is that he said king and father.
King.
Oh. Vanessa, that's correct. Kin would still be your dad. Oh. I don't know why, but every time I hear kin, I think sibling. I don't know why. Don't ask me.
For his direct children, he calls them kindling because fire dragon. No, I'm kidding.
Leaks? That'd be hilarious.
Kinders.
Kender are a different thing. That's K-E.
Kinder egg. So. Just want to know.
What do you want to know?
What do you want me to do with all the havoc you left?
Not all of it's your responsibility. It is, however, much responsibility you choose to take for it.
It is for the child to pay for the sins of their father.
No.
I wish that wasn't so, but that is how it works today.
It's never so. What people
Go tell
decide
the whole city
about
that.
what they believe don't make it true.
Does it matter? Go tell the whole city that. You, a god, go tell them all that. The nepotism that they think that I have because of my position, the place that I'm sitting.
For that town, I am not their patron god.
I haven't listened to their patron god in years.
Due to their ingenuity, for a time, was Arlian. One of his callings is architecture. But for the ones whom claimed Arlian as the patron god of that town, they're long dead. Don't be angry with Arlian for a simple fact of the idea that they were builders. Before Arlian, Marthas was their patron god.
Patron god, not patron actual fae. They're fae.
Yes.
They're elves.
Some
There's
of
more
them.
of a worship to Pith than there was to any of the gods. They needed the fish.
They needed a lot of things.
There's also an actual walking into Pith's court in that area. Straight into it now is Grian's court.
Is it?
It was Pith's court at one point. I am that old. I lost them that long ago. What's Vanessa saying? The most dangerous movie is the Kinder Egg.
Yeah.
You going to bed, Al? Huh?
Let me just double check a couple of things also in terms of, since you guys are here, there may be some effects that you get. Because this is based off of the heroic domains of Isgard. So let's see here.
And Vanessa said, unrelated to Violet's questioning, do you have any clue on what weapon affected Avery, warrior god?
Weapon. Wasn't a weapon that did that to him.
See what Vanessa says. You know what it was?
What it was something that eventually got used for weapons, devastating weapons, throughout a lot of Earthen history. Things that could turn entire countries to glass. But what it became and what affected him was something a little more complicated. As under the right circumstances, even artifacts can mutate. I wish I could give you more, but it's not strictly my domain. Nor the domain of any god here.
A lot more than I expected.
I've had someone to calm me. More than I expected.
Fair enough. And do you have any questions?
I'm here to answer, not ask.
I'll let you ask a question. Considering I still carry your fire on my arm, part of me doesn't want a single bit of it after what it did to everyone.
That you inherited from your father.
And he inherited it from you.
He was blessed with it from me. There was no inheritance. He was no demigod.
I wouldn't call it a blessing.
Not everyone does. Being blessed with the fires of war is a complicated thing.
So, Nicknames, is he always like this?
The fact that he fell a couple of times does not surprise me.
And why did he fall?
He strayed from what I told him to do.
And what did you tell him to do?
He knew the consequences of some of the things I told him to gather. Be that the demon's quill, or the pieces of the town. But they were necessary. Like stripping a fuse away from a bomb to prevent it from exploding.
It exploded anyway.
No.
He did.
Story of the Evergreens would be a little different if it really did.
I will take that in stride. But I'm also going to remind you, the halls are empty at my home.
Yes.
Had he not stolen a single thing, the halls wouldn't be empty.
Had he not stolen a single thing, the halls would be bare and burned. Empty can be remedied with time. Bare and burned, a little harder to do.
Right.
He left behind discontent in a town to prevent undeath being left instead. Yes, vampires showed, without an army to bolster them.
It made money. It made an army. By taking one of its own in the city.
That's right.
My mother died because she was a vampire.
She died fighting, in spite of the curse she gained. So that brought her here. With your father.
Get here together in the afterlife.
I wanted to know. I got my answer.
They love you.
Other ones
Not loved. They love you. They had good
They
reason.
didn't. I wish to God right now they didn't.
You wish they didn't love you.
I was alone.
Yes. And it hurt them to see you that way. And yet they're proud at how you survived through it.
I didn't survive.
You haven't died once.
It's not the point. There's a different type of survival.
The kobold had nothing to do with me.
Don't care if the kobold had nothing to do with you. He's not the reason I lost. I lost the day I lost her. I lost the day I lost him.
And be angry with me for them.
Can't be angry at anyone.
Yes, you can.
There's no use in being angry at you. Because you'd never understand it anyway.
There's plenty of use. Anger has given you strength. More strength than a lot of normal folk.
Anger has given me weakness. My anger is fear. And you don't understand that.
Yes, I do.
And if you do, then stop talking.
Would. But I have one thing for you here. Whether you want it or not.
We need a psychiatrist to help unpack Violet's trauma. I have a psychiatrist for that. He's just in the Feywild. We
And
have an appointment scheduled for another week.
I know of Mariphus's offer. You needn't take my wings if you don't want them. But this isn't my gift for you. He opens a small chest which looks familiar to one that you've seen in your parents' bedroom. And he pulls out a belt. Trimmed with gold, silver, slightly singed to one side. Your father often wore this with pride. Said he recovered it from a house fire once. Despite that house fire, the leather never burned.
I'll see if I take it. I'm not angry anymore.
And this is a gift from your father to you.
I can't touch it right now. I'm tearing to shreds.
I'll take it for now, love. I'll give it to you when you're ready.
I'm gonna let you know something.
As Halcyon grabs a hold of the belt, you notice a small flit of blue fire just walk across the surface of the strap.
I know something, Casey. Child born in war. Child born to have war will never know peace.
Never is a strong assumption. I lived a life to know the contrast and to learn why it was still a good saying.
I will know peace. The whispers of my childhood were written in abyssal.
On that, I have to disagree with you. You'll know peace. After all, he's standing right there.
No.
As he looks at Halcyon.
Care.
No.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. That's what's pissing me off more. A child. Peace. Peace that a child finds as a child. I will never know it, but my children will.
Good.
I want you to know if you leave another child like you left me, you're not worth your salt or your sword.
If a child is left like that, it won't have been my doing.
You were his father. You gave him his blessing. He was yours, and you left his offspring in flames. So don't speak to me about the black flames that I've tasted.
I said
Don't speak
won't
to me about
be,
the flesh that I've eaten.
not wasn't. I've had time to evolve, and it was a damn shame that I hadn't evolved before you and your kin.
Oh. Cute sentiment.
She cries. One tear comes out of her eyes at that point. That's all.
So be angry if you must.
I'm not
I
angry.
will accept it.
I'm not angry.
Don't be angry at your father either.
I'm not angry at either of you.
I'm just angry.
I'm just disappointed.
You gave him the power word. One thing you don't want to.
Ezra. Please. He reaches and holds Nesha's hand, squeezing it.
As you do so, a large, dire hound dog walks into the hall, wreathed in orange fire, carrying aloft in his mouth a bloody minotaur leg that he drops into his bowl and starts to chow down on. Before it turns, its nose gathering the scent in the air, and walks toward you, Violet, sniffing you. Gathering up a sense of who and what you are. And it licks your hand before it turns back to its bowl.
Exactly, here. A dog that's been kicked too many times doesn't know how to be angry, but it does know how to be disappointed. always be loyal. I will always forgive you. That will be the saddest thing for you, not for him. Puts her head into Halcyon's chest. Not letting this man see her tear again.
Halcyon takes you in. And Venestra says, very well, though you, V, pointed with her tail at the dragon god. I'll be back shortly. I have some additional questions for you.
Sent 2 questions to me, one more recent. Well, let's take a look.
Watching Venestra's chat.
That is a very specific kind of offering.
Or you could just ask, you could ask her to wait
Yeah.
just for a minute. Violet will wait.
Well, even regardless of waiting, doing something like that would take a lot of dealing and a lot of time to accomplish. And such a thing would have to be freely given. But let's see here.
Excited to see whatever she does. What does Venestra ask? He's gonna go outside with Halcyon to look at people fighting.
A couple of clarifying questions, of which the
I'll stay outside, Venestra, if you need to talk to him.
particular fight that you guys witness. You watch as the earth opens in front of this hall, and it seems like a long buried tomb, filled with actually all sorts of undead, are busy just swinging at each other, hitting each other with bones, with swords, with shields, and then as finally half of them get knocked down, they kneel down to the corpses. As they stand back up, reassemble themselves, they shake hands, and then get back in their caskets for 5 minutes.
Okay. That's random.
It's cool.
Venestra's chat, perhaps, but I would be taking some time to discuss things. I'd hate for you and Halcyon not to get to enjoy dancing with each other.
Dance with each other when we get home, but I don't like dancing in public too much yet.
And yes, it is random. I rolled off of a random table for this particular plane of existence for random fighting encounters.
Or at least things fighting.
Yeah, essentially.
But if you want to discuss things, I'll just wait here. She can wait. She'll wait.
Her suggestion was again, perhaps, but I would be taking some time to discuss things.
Said that. She said she'll wait outside.
Because Violet does not like dancing in public yet.
Gotcha.
Good at it.
She has 2 left feet.
No, it's not that. It's that she's never really had to dance. She's got dog feet.
Jokes. Venestra says, oh.
That's what it is. She can dance. She just doesn't want to do it in front of people.
Another thing that you note, enter that tomb that cracked open, you see a number of actually normal proportion, at least, relative to In contrast to Angel, deep gnomes, busy hacking away at a bit of ore that was revealed when that tomb opened. Seems greed and normal use for coins still runs in the heavens. Each of them with a slight subtle glow to them, most of them with battle scars. Each of them wearing what seems to be various factions of sort of underdark, deep gnomish armor. One of which, however, bearing that familiar mark of the Whisper.
Nicodemus would probably make note of that.
He does. And as Nicodemus makes note of it, it's almost as if that particular deep gnome takes notice. Looking back toward Nicodemus with a very large and very clear scar across both of his eyes, where in life he was most likely blinded. Or that may have been the means by which he was killed. But he looks and he smiles.
How is Nicodemus taking in this change of contrast to Gaysir's behavior?
I don't know if I agree with or disagree with Gacy. Look, I just...
Considering the last time you were here, he was trying to encourage Nicodemus to drink themselves under the table after their child had gotten in trouble.
Justifications from gods are... I don't like being one. I don't like that I'm gonna have to end up being one of the guys that gives out those justifications that it's like, this is beyond mortal understanding, I'm sorry. I don't want to have to do that. I know I'll have to at some point.
Says the person who letting you know there's a thought in the back of his mind where it's Angel. Says the person who constantly tells our children what to do and why they're doing it.
That's different, and you know it.
It's the same fucking bullshit.
That's called parroting.
Same thing you do for adults.
Rolling another d6 to see which set. Come on. Stop rolling a 4.
No.
My God. We're still on the same table. Come on. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, Violet's just chilling.
Anybody here speak giant?
Nicodemus speaks giant.
Okay. Note. A couple of fire giants are just walking by having a fucking casual conversation as if they're walking through a shopping mall. And it's still just this, like, damn near knocking you off your feet, just fucking thud to their movement.
What are they talking about?
They're talking about watching a flamingo get drunk.
That sounds like... I don't know how I feel about that.
Vanessa can ask as many questions as she wants. Violet's just gonna wait outside. She's waiting outside.
Nestra says yes.
Girl's just enjoying the view. Look at all the different places and time periods.
We will go to discuss such with the god.
Gotcha. Which actually also point of note for those who do recognize the technology. Among the various clashing metal sounds, you do also hear the sounds of gunfire.
Your lightsabers?
No lightsabers, unfortunately.
God dang it!
He's the god of war, not god of Star Wars.
I love Star Wars.
Megan, that weapon is from a galaxy far, far away. And a long, long time ago, before, during our time period, right now. So, he was not around when these things were made. Da ba da da da.
Do I dare make the joke? You know what? Yes. You see a couple of very clearly like ballistic armor, like modern ballistic armor covered teenagers that are currently exchanging fire between each other, actual fire, between a couple of small tablets that they are smacking their thumbs at while pointing at each other.
Serious.
Flame war.
But yeah, Joe B is going to try discussing getting into said material to help strengthen it. You could repeat that if you want.
Repeat. Talk it out.
Now talk it out. Now talk it out. Talk it out.
Yeah, this type of thing is involved enough that it's not necessarily going to be background rolls.
Waiting for Nick to come. My God, this place is different.
This place is, I don't know what to make of this.
This is not how it was before.
I would say I feel conflicted, but conflict is kind of the whole vibe here. Oh. Go ahead and adjust a couple of things.
V would approach the god. I have a request of my own, as it's been a while since I've seen a dragon of some power. Before coming to this reality, I was going around visiting other dragons and obtaining their essence, their blood, effectively to enhance my own draconic trait.
If you're asking, ask directly, Venestra. Ask for the blood of a god.
You are not here. Yeah. Hear the baby swing is going.
Sorry, confused with that noise. Was for a minute.
If you want to go ahead and read that off.
Oh, he smiled very well. I would ask a portion of your blood so I can add it to myself and make it my own. My passions. Anyway.
Cute. You want my blood? I cannot bleed. At least not in this form. You want my blood, you'll have to seek it from a mortal source. A demigod, if you will. where my blood has been filtered through a mortal body.
That seems like a lot of steps.
That can take quite a bit of time to find one. But
Reborn.
Noted, though, it's hardly blood, but essence or magic. That's what Vanessa
something really quick.
Oh no, oh no. No, I'm kidding.
Angel is supposed to have one of his kids sometime soon.
I have another way of offering my essence. If you're willing to wait about 9 months. Well, 9 months and 1 night.
No thanks. I'll continue on my own path then to becoming a great worm.
I've heard it nicknamed that on occasion, and he walks off and away from me.
Hyperpolyamorous.
Ew.
I have a question. Does
He's a god of war
Nicodemus...
largely based off of a Greek. Of course he's polyamorous.
Well, Joe, he's married, but they're both like polyamorous couple. They like to sleep with whoever they want to sleep with.
Yeah.
He's got 2 wives.
Mm-hmm.
He's the only god with a throuple.
And he suggested potentially making it a quartet. But I digress.
I'm letting you know there's a moment of like Nicodemus like, I already know that we're gonna have like a demigod of him eventually. It's just like one of those moments of I don't want that today. There's a Nicodemus face going, I don't need that.
Yeah, did I neglect to mention there's a little bit of Zeus in this guy? Just a little bit?
No, don't see that.
Ew.
Ew, don't turn us off.
It's only insofar as his proclivities, not so much his invasiveness toward them.
Okay. Well, fare you well, warrior god. We would leave her curiosity sated, going to rejoin Violet.
Nicodemus is like, we're gonna have a demigod with him eventually. But
There was a way he
considering what
offered his
Angel did-
essence. That's not it. Let's go.
I do have a question, Joe. Considering Nicodemus and what Angel did, is the re-smiting going to be the situation in the reverse? Oh my god, I haven't had to do a roll yet today.
One thing. He walks up behind Nicodemus. This is on behalf of Kaifirn. And Nicodemus, for a moment, is wreathed in red fire. Good luck with that.
Got it! Got that essence! Which means that it's his, it's not hers!
We communicate with each other.
She already got invaded!
And there were 3 moons that turned red.
I still have one more god then. No! No, I know which one it's gonna be. It's murder. Is it murder? No, nope. We have one Evo, one middle, which means no. For the
Oh no! There goes Melanie. I like her.
She's really nice.
Well, you're struggling with the realization of the fact that you created a character that was deliberately designed to get pregnant on a regular basis. As you all venture back to...
I have a question. Where's the third red coming in? Oh my god, that means Nicodemus is gonna be horny when he gets back.
Yep.
Fuck.
God of period cramps? Shoulder shrug.
No. Nope. We already got Kyphian.
You know what? That is accurate. She is technically the god of periods, too.
Not remember, like, the blood child's birth was the most painful?
I'm gonna put it this way. Leaves turn red.
Fuck.
Kinda, yeah.
Fuck, Pendra.
Exactly.
Looks over at Nicodemus. Okay, I have a question. What happens when they get back? I want this description. Gosh, an aggressive swan.
It also says, look out, it's Zeus.
As Nick and party arrive back. Hey, love.
Yeah.
I know we're already kind of turning toward fall a little bit, but I don't know why. There's an aroma of like pumpkin spice that is stuck to my sinuses.
It does not mean if we take this to a private place. We are currently entertaining people.
Oh no, says Ministra.
Nick is going to roll a wisdom saving throw, as are you.
It's Christmas.
Fuck. I haven't had the evil gods mess with me yet. In a long time. Henniger won't do this shit because he's too scared to do it.
He's not scared to do shit.
He just don't want to.
He just won't do it. He's the king of boundaries. All of
Murder is kind of the ultimate violation of a boundary, I'm just saying.
Hey, no, it's the ultimate silence of a boundary. That is a different thing. Amber just said she's not wrong.
Meanwhile, if people are getting drunk.
Ah, you're putting up walls? Look, no more walls.
It's 21. 21 is my wisdom save.
You want to know what Nick got?
A 2.
Unnatural. Chroma keying isn't helping, but that's a 1. We're going. The delegates can deal after I deal with your delegates. He grabs your hair and drags you off like a caveman.
Okay, caveman. I'm going to do something I have never done. I'm going to use calm emotions on Nicodemus.
It requires a wisdom saving throw. What is your save spell DC? Spell save DC.
21. It's 21.
Do you remember how good his wisdom save bonus is?
Shut up. Shut up.
Yeah, no, he succeeds.
He's gonna know I
Is there a
tried.
spell of impotence? Says Mestra.
It's called Vicious Mockery. Unfortunately, it can kill a weak enough person.
Everything's fine.
Everything is awesome.
How wizards discover their powers. You know, I read a lot, and then suddenly the curtains got fired.
Do I need to roll a performance check?
Yeah. How wizards discover their powers. I read a lot, and then suddenly the curtains caught fire. How sorcerers discover their powers. I sneezed, and then the curtains caught fire. How warlocks discover their powers. You know, I was gambling, and then the curtains caught fire. And then how bards discover their powers. You know, I insulted this guy, and then he just kind of stopped breathing.
B would interject if Angel wasn't too gung-ho about it.
Be a good host.
Ah. Well. would this be a situation where V would be able to interject if Angel's not too gung-ho about it?
It's not gonna do anything. If it's a stupid moon, it might just make him float and have it happen.
You could let her try.
Mr. Try. Will it be Mr. Try?
By all means, you can certainly interject.
Intercede, V.
Interruptus.
Can't.
Floitus. Floitus, interruptus.
Oh, I don't know if we're gonna be able to. That's 3 gods saying no.
They may be saying no, but they may not be saying right now, to be fair. It's just a very volatile environment, and you already very recently had a birth.
Yeah.
He is very middle fingers to gods dictating things.
I'm
That's fair.
letting you know, Angel looks very uncomfortable. Angel's like, we need to stay here and be
Yeah.
responsible human beings.
Which, as a very direct note, you notice as Nick is trying to drag you off, his eyes are bloodshot. As in, and this is how I'm ruling that at 1, he is not acting himself.
Whoa, Kaifion wouldn't do that.
V would very much go and grab him and Angel and separate the two.
Kaifion wouldn't do that.
She is still an evil god, Megan.
She
Yeah,
is.
she would cause,
But,
but not like that.
as you separate them and push them aside, you feel resistance from Nick as those bloodshot eyes turn into bursted blood vessels, and the whites of his eyes turn red. I'm not going to roll a wisdom saving throw for Nick this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to roll a d10 to determine who will roll it next. Okay. Amber, if you would please, roll a wisdom saving throw for Nicodemus. Not using your modifiers, just give me the d20.
This 15?
15. Plus his modifiers. Decent. You'd have to roll really low to fuck this up. In that moment, suddenly also all of the color rapidly drains from his skin, and he looks like he's almost sickly. And he drops to his knees. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, what the fuck was that? Oh.
The master says, dang, all the blood rushed to his dick.
Not quite. I've got... Angel, you can tell he's already got Kaifion's fire in him. And you've already got the fire of 2 beings in you. What that wasn't divine.
I double tap on my finger.
Abyssal?
No?
Oh,
You
no, that's
double-tap
what...
what?
Finger.
Edgerman, help us!
For Edgerman. Okay.
Demon Daddy!
All of the firelight in this hall suddenly goes black. Angel,
Sorry for summary. I know it's being.
what are you doing here?
What am I doing here?
Here, in this mess.
Yes.
gave birth. And he didn't wake up. He should have. Why didn't he?
Going to cast banishment on Nicodemus.
What's the saving throw on that?
Whoa.
25.
I'm rolling
God,
not
I'm
with
glad I
Nick's
stuck around to
stats.
listen.
Finestra is saying charisma save.
Charisma save for banishment, excuse me.
No, then it makes it higher. Charisma save is higher. So 28.
For your DC for charisma, okay. Well. Ashy Torin rolled a natural 1. As Nick's eyes briefly go, a pallid, jaundiced white and yellow. Shame. I would have loved to feel you die. And Nick pukes a purple vomit. He's never been able to do that before. Oh, God. Good catch. Good catch.
I'm gonna do one thing I've never done to Ashy Torn as he leaves Nick's body. I'm going to grab Nick's tongue. And I'm going to smite him.
What's he doing? What's up?
And I grab the yellow part where the yellow is still visible. And I smite through Nicodemus because I can. Because we're one person.
And 2 bodies. Anyway.
2 bodies.
Okay.
It's the second time I've done this. I'm gonna have to roll a lot of dice, but I know I can do this.
For this,
Yeah.
and considering...
Amira would look at Piper. You should probably give him a full examination just in case he has some disease. Yep, I'm gonna let Angel do her thing first.
Okay.
Fritz is somebody who's trying to approach the situation
Given
who does
the
not
little
belong.
packet of prep that I've had to do, give me a vibe check.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Which makes it a 32. We add, and the other extra piece will add up to be a 38.
As you try and cast out that smite, you feel rather than it land on someone, it's almost like it gets pulled into that someone. What a delightful taste of your power. A shame I can't take it, but I can taste it.
I'm going to do the one thing that Nicodemus does, and I'm going to use what I saw from his mind. And I'm going to pull at Ashy Torin's soul. I'm reaching through Nicodemus to do this because I can. I'm using his knowledge.
You're going to try and do a soul tear. Roll me a D1000.
I'm not going to tear him. I'm going to pull him out fully, and he's going to have to find his way back to his own body. He can walk there for all I care.
He's got a. His
Okay.
soul.
Given that they both spawn from the same ability, D1000. And Venestra, before Angel does that, V can quickly create a circle. Oh, Amira can quickly create a circle.
Please do.
Binding circle.
Nicodemus, I need you to choose what I turn him into next. I may never be able to cast this again. I need you to tell me what I turn him into next.
The rule is it still has to be powerful, right?
It has to be powerful. Something of equal power.
Dick in a box.
A goal.
Please realize.
No brain. We're one person. You use the spell. I'm holding him still. You use the spell.
I'm going to use 3 different D10s here. Well, actually.
Amira would
I don't
put
need
about
3
creating arcane circles to keep a soul bound.
Okay.
Bind him to a circle on the floor. That's fun.
So,
That's
as I'm doing this, blue or bronze for the thousands on the
I'm
table.
gonna let Amber make the choice.
Blue, because that was the only color I remembered.
Blue or bronze.
Bronze are usually the ones that hit those weird.
The idea here, much like Divine Intervention, is to aim low. With the extra dice in here, the interval is much harder to reach. But it can still
Do you
happen.
want me to do it? Because I just rolled 2. 2.
It's a shame divination's 2 dice can't be used for such. Oh.
7 on a D1000.
You make your decision, Nicodemus. Yes, more time.
You watch as the dragon is stripped away. In the briefest moment, you do catch if I can find the imagery I chose.
If a golem breaks, then the soul and the actual body comes out of the golem, if I remember correctly. Like in a traditional golem story, whatever was originally under the golem becomes free.
With the way this works, the golem thing gets a little more complicated.
But is it still this body that was underneath it?
Golems don't typically have souls.
What happens when they do?
That's the risk that you're willing to take because what you have to create still has to be powerful.
Golems can also, if they have souls, shape that back to their original form. They'll be made of mud and earth.
Depends
I've
on
heard
the
a story
type
like
of
that.
golem.
Yeah, but I've heard a story like that before. It won't change anything, so you won't have to show me the image.
Well, this is more an image of what the dragon that Ashitoran was.
And if there's anybody who's coming up trying to be all, nosy, Piper's going to take that perfume bottle she has and just go spritz, spritz, spritz on each person who tries to get too close. Because that is a perfume bottle filled entirely of Wilsoni holy water.
Gotta scroll down to good ways to get it.
Say hello to Senor Pepper Spray, and Pepper sprays himself. That's essentially what Piper's doing when you think about it. Every time somebody gets close, no. No. Because it's one of those ones with the little squishy ball perfume bottles.
I am so terrified right now.
Why?
Because that's terrifying. This is terrifying. You know what makes it even more terrifying? You know what I'm listening to right now? The noise for inscription starting. Not helping. Making it worse.
Okay. There it is. Session art. This is what you were going to have to face in the form of Ashy Torn around level 30. That I had a lot of prep for.
Dear God.
Hold up, hold up.
Those are mountains in front of him, by the way. In front of him.
Dear God.
Well, hello, I'm Caligon the Black. How you doing?
I've seen bigger. Vanessa. He may be able to turn back into a dragon with certain magics, but the whole thing is he'll have to work at it.
So what you're saying is I can keep this art in this prep?
Yes.
You can keep the art in the prep.
Thank you.
You have to work at it.
Alright,
You
it
just
means
have
there's some
to-
in-between stuff that'll further justify it getting to level 30. But either way.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. It scared the shit out of me. Don't do this to me now. I was like, don't put this thing in front of me now.
You do see that as you basically fry out his essence and seal it in stone. To take shape as and when it will.
All it has to do is find a genie's wish and it can change its own fate.
Doing wishes of any kind are a complicated matter.
Yeah, but he'll have time. Think about it.
You know, you suggest Genie's wish, and I'm tempted to go Jafar with this.
I don't give a flip.
He's now a genie. Good luck. No, I'm kidding.
Don't do that to me.
Although I will say, if he ends up looking like Jafar, we're gonna have word.
No, I've also got his humanoid art, which is based off of the dragon art, actually.
No, don't show me what it is. I'm not supposed to know that part.
I know. That's for later. Yeah, no spoilers. Doesn't look like that.
Learn how to be a nice
But
guy.
given that right now I'm officially in a spot where I'm like not entirely certain how to continue, this is where we're gonna end the session.
Well, how many people started getting nosy at what's happening near Angel and Nicodemus, and how many people?
I just want to know. I just want to know how they react to Enderman kind of just standing there for a minute and then leaving again.
Not everybody can see it.
She looks over at Enderman. She's like, "I need you to tell me what you taught him, because I'm gonna lose my mind."
We're devils. We're built on ambition. I don't teach them everything.
This is not ambition. This is crawling into my pants.
That's pretty damn ambitious.
He's point, Another person approaches. Another person tries to approach. With perfume and Sony holy water.
Tell me what to do during poker this evening.
Isn't it Nick's job to poker?
Do you or do you not want to play poker?
I do. But you're
Okay.
amongst officials. We may have to save it for another night.
I still have to sleep. So, no, you don't have to stay for another.
I'd be surprised if you could.
Looks over at Nicodemus. No, we're not going to get sleep, are we?
No.
Not till after I give you an examination, another random person trying to see what's going on. Wilsoni pepper spray.
Okay. I'm going to let you go. We'll have poker tomorrow. We'll amend it till tomorrow. Because I know that I can get Piff to do the same thing if I want to show him up for poker. Strategy. Alright, so if that helps the DM, I would like Piper to examine Nicodemus for the last thing we do.
Why not have a slumber party? Angel to give time for Piper to at least make sure he is okay.
Make a
That is
medicine
true.
check, Piper.
Of course.
Yeah.
I want to do it on here.
Anybody offering assistance will turn that into advantage. Which, as it was Venestra's suggestion, we can call that advantage if that's where we're going with this.
Somebody?
Finally move this. Considering I'm probably gonna have a child next week.
So was that with advantage?
Okay. Amir would help check him, so advantage.
Because that was not a good roll. That is barely better. 22 total.
22. Okay, 22 not being a good roll is some bullshit. But
It was a 5 plus a 17.
yeah, so looks like some general vertigo, nausea, and mild delirium indicative of rejecting a possession. You're not unfamiliar with that. Matter of fact, you have some personal experience with that.
Here's some tea for the vertigo and the dizziness. Can Amir check him magically to make sure nothing was done?
Arcana or religion check.
You're able to like. I think I'm gonna get a break.
32 nat 20. So on a normal, like mostly mortal host, usually after something like that, there may be, a leftover marking of some kind that would allow for re-entry. These are commonly referred to as stigmata, which can take divine form. They can also take infernal form. Nicodemus is absent of these, luckily.
Oh, good. So how many people have I managed to spray with the Wilsoni water pepper spray?
I would say like 4.
4, mostly over curious guards.
But his balls been corrupted? Piper checked those. Gotta make sure those are okay for the...
They're one of the few things that aren't purple, so you're fine.
I want to know what happens to the 4 people I sprayed. Because that was the one without perfume in it that got sent to Halcyons. Ah.
As far as the Wilsoni holy water, I'm going to see how many of them see past the 4th wall and have to be admitted to mental institutions, and how many of them don't.
Well, good news, you're relatively fine. Can't wait till Halcyon's mom uses that, and every time she sprays it, she's like, why do I see past the 4th wall?
Relatively fine, great.
Piper, give him that coffee that's like almost
Okay.
perfect God coffee, the one that's
2 out of 4.
only costs like voice of exhaustion.
Oh my god, this is a game. We're the same guy. Oh no. Don't you get it? We're the same person. This is all little more than a human sitting in front of a computer screen. What's computer? Don't worry about it.
Piper just pulls out her little fey glass. Uncle? I think I have a couple of patients for you. They don't even have memories of 15 minutes ago.
It's over it. You, Demas. I don't think we're gonna go with not doing anything.
Maybe later after.
For once, we have to spend a night being abstinent. I feel like that's the safe bet, given what the fuck just happened. Fair.
Doesn't mean that the morning's not gonna be.
We can fucking cuddle. We just can't go past that.
Amira perked up. Well, good. Amira perked up. Well, good news for you two.
She looks over at Nicodemus. Hey, Piper, do you have that tea that knocks Nicodemus out?
Pulls it out of her bag always.
Because I'm not the one with the issue.
Yes, always. Here you go.
I'm certain I can overpower those urges, given what just happened. But I'll take that either way.
You.
Okay. Now that Nicodemus has been looked over and some crazy shit has happened, because crazy shit always happens.
Nicodemus?
Nicodemus. Polyphemus, he's a Cyclops, run!
She looks over at the grandmother. Thank you for the party. Thank you for helping so much with the delegates. I know they are going to be here for another day, but the whole thing is that it's gone very well so far. Except for the possession thing. That wasn't planned.
Also, those two people who are going mad right now, you may want to check them into an institute.
They're not going to be gone back for long. That stuff wears off.
Life in existence is a lie. I'm very cold in this room.
I'm letting you know that. What's that memory spell?
There are
one
no
that
gods of
that
fate.
makes them forget
They
what
are
happened?
dice. They're all dice.
I'm gonna cast Modify Memory on these guys so they can go back to their day.
Well, he
Wisdom
did
save.
just say it wore off for them.
Okay, good.
What do
But
you
now
mean a
imagine-
saving throw is how I'm resistant to mad shit? Why is your nose
Stop,
bleeding,
Joe.
dude? I don't know, man.
She looks so
And,
good. Venestra, Piper. Yeah, that guy's crazy.
Now, imagine what happened with those two. That's gonna happen to Halcyon's mom every time she uses that perfume.
Tony's terrifying sometimes, but sweet.
Yeah, she deserves it.
I didn't say she didn't deserve it. I just said it was. Halcyon's a sweet being sometimes.
Anyway.
God, that's a
Okay.
terrible joke that just entered. It burned my chest the moment I thought of it.
Oh God, what is it then?
Halcyon's mother becomes wrong bed pool.
What? Don't
Wrong
understand.
Deadpool.
I don't understand.
It's a really unfortunate incest joke.
Venestra. Okay, I get it now. I get it now. I get it now. I think
It's a type of humor that I hope to never readdress. It was introduced as a non-humorous subject. Humor's been a great way to deflect away from it. Christ.
No, it makes it worse.
So
Kind of
is it-
does, yeah.
So is this a good place to stop?
Yes.
It's almost 2 o'clock.
Also, what do we name the session? Because this has gone way later than I initially planned for.
It means it was a good session.
Yeah, true.
It was a very good